buenos días. Soy Laura Gil y trabajo en el
Hello,
Grupo
good morning. I'm
Santander.
Laura Hill and I work for the Santander Group, the main sponsor of this great event organized by Agile Trends. I'm very pleased to be here today and I would like to welcome everybody that's connected. It's a lot of people and I hope you're ready for these two intense days. DevOps and Cloud Days is a free online event with the aim of disseminating know-how to enable us to promote digital transformation, improving customer experience. Experts and leaders from various organizations and knowledge areas will share the latest novelties and trends in technology as well as their good practices. I'm going to share some key aspects of the agenda, although it's available on the event's website. The main items are cloud and DevOps. We'll be talking about both things on both days. Today, we'll focus more on transformation and tomorrow on technology. But the fact is that both go hand in hand and we cannot easily separate them. During these 2 days, we're going to have the opportunity of listening to 106 speakers and seven special guests from the Santander Group. This team will be in charge of opening and closing the event, as well as chairing the panel discussions. We'd like to thank the participation of all of them, as well as the participation of our sponsors and communities. Together, we make this event possible. During these 2 days, we will have the possibility of connecting directly with many of them in the rooms dedicated to this purpose. The keynotes will be led by the main event sponsors. And today's session will have in this order in web, Microsoft, HP, IBM, HashiCorp, Kairos, and Ariban Benicum. And finally, we're going to explain the connection dynamics. We're going to have several tracks in parallel, and you can connect to one or another depending on your interests. The opening and closing sessions, as well as the talks by the sponsors and the panel discussions, will be on the main track with simultaneous translation into English and Spanish. The rest of the speakers will be in rooms 2 and 3. In room 2, we will have the 30-minute talks, and in 3, the 15-minute talks. At the end of each talk, the people that so wish may access the networking rooms to directly talk to the speakers. And finally, we will have the virtual stands from our sponsors, where at any time you can get in touch with them live. And in each room, the workshops are scheduled. Now, I'd like to ask Maria Machado to take the floor. She's from the Santander Group that's going to introduce the first talk today. Welcome to the event, Maria. Good morning. Good morning, Laura. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for inviting me to this presentation. This event is a great opportunity to share experiences of Sigot and Cloud. During these 2 days, we're going to have some magnificent presentations, and it's an honor for me to be able to present Elizabeth Benilla, who will be opening the event. Elizabeth is responsible for transformation, operations, and technology at the Santander Group. She has extensive experience in multinational companies in the financial sector, where she successfully designed and led major transformations in technology and implemented new ways of working. During her career, she has held various positions of responsible at AXA Insurance Group and been responsible for the transformation of digital channel transformation at Deutsche Bank and Winterthur, Spain. Elizabeth joined the Santander Group in 2019, responsible for the Transformation Office for Technology and Operations, as well as the Excellence Center for Agile Engineering and Software. In today's opening, Elizabeth will tell us how to change the way we work today to create solid digital office. Go ahead, Elizabeth, and welcome. Thank you very much, Maria. I would first like to welcome you all and to say that for me, it's really an honor to be able to open this event. And I think it's very important in the world we live in. I'm going to share a presentation, if I may. I'm going to talk about how we're carrying out the transformation towards deals at the bank. The fact is that we started at the beginning of last year. Hello, can you hear me?
Espera. Un segundo, porque creo que no estáis viendo la presentación.
Excuse me just a second. I believe you're not seeing the presentation.
Ahora sí.
Vale. Un momento, que ahora la pongo. Esperar un segundo. ¿La veis ahora?
Can you see it now?
Vale.
Perfecto ahora.
Ahora. Bueno, ahora. De acuerdo, perdonar el problema. Bueno, nosotros empezamos
Sorry about the problem. We started the transformation last year. The concept, as you know, what we're working on consists in building digital offers on an incremental basis. So what happened? What happened that initially we had the typical hierarchical organizations, and the problem is that the decisions are made a long way away from the everyday lives of our customers. And in this context, we know that we need to move our organization towards much more empowered teams and multidisciplinary teams with the capability of innovating on several fronts at the same time. And while they innovate, they acquire customer knowledge, and this customer knowledge progressively turns into a fundamental asset at the company and one of the most strategic assets to take the next steps. Usually, when we begin, we start by putting the technology teams together with the business teams in order to work on an incremental basis. And we want to have digital components and combine these digital components with core components, bring them all together to progressively create an offer for the customer. But what happens? What happens is that we often convince the business we're going to set up an agile tribe, we're going to set up the multidisciplinary team. Business understands the concept, it gets started. And what happens very often? Well, if we haven't actually thought about how we're going to do the continuous engineering and the continuous deployment, if we don't have the suitable architectures, all of a sudden, we are the brake to the agile transformation and the digital business transformation. And we realize that we would have needed an end-to-end transformation. And this isn't an easy transformation. Why isn't it easy? Because this software engineering transformation has to touch all components in the life cycle of software engineering, from the onboarding to when I do the provisioning for the infrastructures, when I develop, when I go into production, when I maintain the system. I need to have absolutely automated processes because otherwise it's going to be impossible to deploy these new functions every 15 days or in every spin that's defined together with the business. And this automation is not an automation and can be fixed by adding a tool, by adding an ELM and setting up some pipelines. The problem is that even though you need this, you need to build some pillars. And if they're not there, no matter how much you automate, you won't be able to have several agile tribes working in parallel. What do we need behind? We need a consistent architecture. If you have absolutely monolithic architectures, it's going to be very difficult to be able to work in parallel squads and to be able to set up a marketplace for digital components and core components that you can combine to provide new offers to the customers. In this architecture concept, we're going to need to open up our core systems and allow access through APIs, because otherwise, obviously, we're not going to be able to establish a digital marketplace with different components that we can relate in different ways. So sooner or later, I'm going to need to have cloud capabilities. In the case of Banco Santander, and I assume in many financial organizations, we need it for regulatory issues because it's not easy to put everything on the public cloud. Therefore, we're going to need a period, probably of years, where we're going to combine cloud on premises with a public cloud. What will this allow? Well, it will enable a developer to develop components and not worry about where those components are going to end up being executed, whether inside or on the public cloud. And for the native, more digital applications, we're going to be able to directly develop them on the public cloud and use the capabilities provided by the cloud providers, not just regarding infrastructure, but also data access and software. And we're going to also need an ALM that allows the developers to automatically cover the entire life cycle. What is the other problem we face? Transformation, as you can see, is a very in-depth end-to-end transformation. But as well as being in-depth and end-to-end, each of these pillars you need to carry out the transformation. The pillar itself changes. So if you take the cloud, if some years ago we started to set up the hybrid cloud, next year we'll be in a renewal cycle. And therefore we're going to have to start to think about what we're going to implement from the cloud point of view. And if we take the ALM example, something similar has happened. We started in 2019, 2020, saying we have to get ready, we have to have an ALM that we can share with the group so that we can unify the way we work inside the Santander group. What happened in 2019, at the beginning of 2020, when we started to work? The capabilities we needed from the ALM regarding security, etc., inside Santander wasn't available in the market right then in an ALM SaaS, which is what we would have liked. So we said we're going to have to go step by step. And we started by consolidated various ALM technologies we had within the group in enriching them with management and testing. But this was a matter of trying to bring together various technologies and gradually evolving. In parallel, in the market, the ALM SaaS capabilities started to develop. And we've come to a point where we know that we have to take the step to the next gen also in ALM and not just cloud. Why do we have to go to the ALM next gen? Because an ALM SaaS is going to enable us to cooperate much better in a group like ours between countries, having shared repositories and have open source inside the group and through an inner source. And therefore, we're going through a coexistence phase where we have the multi-cloud on-premises that we still continue to develop regarding certain functions. And we're starting to deploy ALM SaaS, starting first with native applications, new applications, and at the end of the year, we'll migrate. But what's the message? The message again is that we have to carry out a transformation of the software engineering. And each pillar that helps carry out this transformation is in turn transforming. And at the same time, we have to continue with the delivery of our projects. So the point is how you maintain the balance between the effort of delivering projects, carrying out the end-to-end transformation of your software engineering capabilities, and at the same time change everything you need to carry out the end-to-end transformation of the software engineering. And there's another very important point. Apart from the technological components and the methodologies we have to change, another important point is talent. In other words, we have to absolutely change the way in which software engineering is done. And this means several things. It means that we have to be capable of attracting technological talent in the market. Last year, at Banco Santander in the group, we hired about 800 people that were software engineers. In other words, tech doers, not managers. When you select these people, you not only have to consider their technological know-how or the capacity to learn, but also the type of culture they come with, because you have to carry out a cultural change. And these people that are going to join the bank can help you as long as you select them properly. So the software engineer selection process is not just a matter of technical skills, but also the type of culture they bring, a much more agile culture, more oriented to DevOps, etc. And with this, you also have to go into the upskilling of the teams we have at the company right now. These teams provide a great deal of value with their functional knowledge, with their knowledge of the company, and combined with the technicians that we're bringing to the bank, what we're doing overall is to build the other important asset together with customer knowledge, which is our technological and software engineering capabilities inside the company. So we have the talent, we have the software engineers, but now we need something else. It turns out that technologies keep moving forward. And when you start to develop an application active on cloud, or when you start to set up microservices, it's not so easy. And it turns out that depending on how you set up microservices, you have performance issues, you increase the hardware to improve performance, therefore the cost goes up. And of course, this isn't possible. We need our software engineers to work in a specific way to ensure that the microservices work properly, that we're going to have horizontal auto scale, that we're going to be resilient, that we're going to monitor, that we're going to comply with all the security policies we need at a group like Santander. Therefore, it's not enough to attract talent and train talent on a technological level. You have to make sure that the software engineers are going to work in a concrete way that is sustainable and that allows these new technologies to perform and be secure. What else? We've done all this. We're doing it on an ongoing basis, as we said, but there's something else that looks like a minor detail, but it isn't. It turns out that our internal processes are a block to this transformation very often. So, what are we doing? And what do we recommend that you really do if you want to go to a real DevOps and an agile software engineering? Well, analyze how the hours are distributed regarding the effort and the elapsed time for the various processes in the software lifecycle. What we've done is to analyze of the 160 hours that a person supposedly works a month on development. We look at how much they invest in the various activities, how much they invest in onboarding, how much they invest on coding, how much time they invest on security issues, etc. And we know that what we have to do is to maximize as much as possible the time of definition and development, not the time for provisioning, etc. And this gives us information to progressively carry out fine tuning of the various activities that are not particularly core. Instead of working on deployment constantly, I'm working on development and deployment and everything around it. So this means that we'll gradually increase this percentage. And the same happens with the elapsed hours. It's not just a matter of dedication. If in order to test the project, I spend 5 weeks and I'm going to have springs of 2 weeks. It doesn't make sense to spend 5 weeks on I don't know how many approval processes, the budget, security, or whatever related to the project. So I have to analyze the other side, look at the elapsed times. Even if it isn't a developer effort, it stops life cycle development, and we have to see how we can solve all this on an iterative basis. And I wanted to comment on this methodology. These are just examples, but the concepts are there. When you carry out this exercise, you realize that the effort and the elapsed times isn't in development and deployment and innovation. It's in a lot of components around them. And if you don't cut them down and remove them, how no matter how much you progress in DevOps, we're not going to succeed in making the business as agile as we want.
And there's another issue, and that is that we are automating and we're transforming, but all of this transformation, in other words, all of this innovation that we are carrying out, what it does is generate a number of issues. So in other words, it's not easy to make sure that time to market is going to be reduced. And it's not easy to ensure that with all the automations and with all the innovations, we don't end up having service quality issues or availability issues or recovery time for incidents, because we're working with many integrated components. And at the end of the day, this means that when you have an incident, that incident contains all the integrations between components, between the technological components we have and all the automation. So we can't forget that what we have to do is monitor the activity. And we monitor it at two levels, because on the one hand, we are monitoring performance KPIs. In other words, what is my frequency of going to the market, or what is the time to market I have? Because I'm in production on the one hand, and on the other hand, what is my service quality? So how many incidences am I generating in each step towards production? How long is it going to take me to recover? Or how many incidents or non-availabilities do I have? Because if we don't automate all of these KPIs are very difficult to measure, because if somebody has to measure these time parameters and the recovery times for an incident, at the end of the day, it's very difficult to have a dashboard that allows you to see how you are progressing in terms of transformation, which means that you have another additional automation that has to be carried out, that has to do with KPIs, dashboards, and the processes in which you are implementing continuous improvements on a daily basis. So in a nutshell, the message is a transformation, or the transformation is an end-to-end transformation. And it's a transformation that I believe offers an opportunity, because it's an issue that has to do with innovation. And it's how technology transforms the business if we do things properly. And we also need to have the skills and people. People are absolutely fundamental for this entire transformation. And we need to have automation at all levels. And we need to be able to integrate components. And what we want to end up with here, we want to become a learning organization. In other words, an organization that is learning all the time, and not only learning from technology, but also from our customers. So I think that I've already given you lots of clues, and I've already described how complex this transformation is, but I think that you've seen how much fun this is and the many opportunities it offers us. So I only hope that you will have lots of fun during these 2 days. Let's only hope that you will benefit from these 2 days. It's wonderful to be able to listen to different messages from people that are working in different fields of transformation of DevOps, as well as of the cloud transformation. I hope that you will enjoy this, because this is what we have to do on a daily basis at our jobs. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Hello, I'm Santiago Arranz. I'm part of the Cloud Competence Center in Santander Global Technologies. We are pleased to introduce today Henry van der Burg, who is Chief Technical Advisor at DevOps. Henry, are you with us here?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you doing, Santiago? Thanks for having me.
Very good. Thank you. So we are very grateful to have, happy to have you here. It's a great pleasure to have you with us to deliver this tremendous presentation. Just to everybody knows, Henry is a proven technology executive and enterprise architect, focused on delivering solutions that focus on learned principles that drive business outcomes. He has a broad experience in all the verticals: oil and gas, energy and marketing, trading, financial trading, systems engineering, and government. His experience helped him to have and discover and apply patterns across all the verticals. So, Henry, if you want, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, Santiago, thank you so much. Buenos dias, good morning, good morning, buongiorno, bonjour, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you here today, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. So let me kind of start off with this. Have you ever wondered why rockets don't go straight up? Well, if a rocket just flew straight up, then it would fall right back down to Earth when it ran out of fuel. Its mass and gravitational pull require a significant amount of fuel to achieve the escape velocity. So by changing the trajectory, you actually save fuel and energy. Now, I've worked at NASA for about 4 years, which was an amazing experience. but I would not call myself a rocket scientist by any means. But I wanted to use this as an analogy because when you think about transformation, is the weight of your organization, and not just your company. It's really the processes, your heritage core banking systems will require more fuel, and your culture is your gravity that's pulling you down to really achieve the outcomes of your transformation. So to really achieve escape velocity, you must use your fuel, your resources wisely and create a curved trajectory. So let's kind of dive into this concept a little bit more. So the pandemic has really driven a massive amount of digital transformation, and many organizations have been trying to transform. However, digital laggers were left behind when this pandemic happened because they were spending all their resources, their fuel, on the existing estate that they have. While leaders who focus on building customer-centric experiences have flourished in this economy, they were able to leave the gravitational pull behind and achieve escape velocity. Now, banking and financial services are highly industrialized organizations with lots of regulation and of heritage core banking. But just like companies like SpaceX, Blue Origin, Virgin were able to transform their industry. And during the time at NASA, I actually saw this happening of how we switched from system engineering to more agile practices. So as they saw something that was possible, so can you as organizations. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and too far out in space and talk about astrophysics, which is a great subject, but let's get us back down to earth, talk about transformation. So now looking at these boats that are practicing safe distancing in this harbor, I came across this Dutch word the other day. I'm originally from the Netherlands, so it intrigued me to see all this invention of brand new worlds, and hopefully they win the Euro 2020 as well, which obviously I believe. But the word describes something very interesting in the change in economy. On the half-meter economy, or 6 feet economy, is really an economy that practices safe distances and is able to flourish based on those things, which really means all those parts of the economy that can keep going while maintaining distance, such as home delivery. Even as the economies have changed throughout our stay at home and making pandemic purchases, most of us probably regret by this time of the things that we purchased. Let's not forget those that have been in front lines and the small businesses that really are making up the large part of the economy. At least specifically in the United States, small business companies are making up the majority of the economy. So I was actually excited to start seeing that small businesses, like this one diner I was at in Lake Tahoe this over the weekend, they're coming back to business, which is so great and so encouraging to see in the economy. And they were able to do this through financial services companies that played a significant role. So in the United States, there was a program that got created, the PPP program, or Payroll Protection Program, was really a motion for small businesses to obtain loans so that they could pay their employees. This is similar to the German short work scheme and a couple of other ones that exist in Europe. The US version was primarily to provide loans versus paying directly for wages. But companies like Fiserv helped thousands of financial institutions process $4.1 billion of US dollars in PPP loans for tens and thousands of small businesses. Now, they were able to do this, delivering 430 releases in 28 days. Now, think about that for a minute. That's 25 releases per day that they were able to do. Now, without the access to these loans, most of these small businesses, again, like a diner like this, would not have been able to stay in business or pay their employees. So what allowed companies like Fiserv to transform overnight and achieve escape velocity in such a short amount of time? Now, I want you to hold on to that question because I'll go back to that. But let's first try to reflect a little bit of what history has kind of told us here. So financial services organizations are no stranger to disruption in turbulent times. We saw the financial downturn in 2008 that hit the industry pretty hard. They have survived economic downturns. Natural disasters like Hurricane Sandy has flooded Wall Street. And now the pandemic. All of these are kind of described are existential crises that these companies have gone through. And unfortunately, we've seen a lot of companies disappear during those crises. Those were the ones that weren't able to transform in time. So subsequently, what we're seeing is home initiatives around the world having significantly altered the way we work moving forward. And according to Gartner already, we're projecting that 50% of financial services employees will be remote by 2024. Now, we'll see a very different distribution across the world, but it is a reality that more and more people will start working from home. Now, the other thing we saw is a huge shift in customer behavior. We could no longer walk into a bank branch, sign a piece of paper, or open an account and deposit money into it. They weren't available. So there was a huge shift to online services, digital transactions. Now, Chase Banking did a study of their customers that showed 80% of their consumers prefer to manage their finances digitally. That shows the shift that has happened, the disruption that is going on. Now, combined with that, we see a fierce competition for the online consumer. Think about it, like all those companies that were already in the digital age had the access to those consumers. So in banking, we really see fintech companies, challenger banks, organizations that were born in the cloud that are capturing the market share and able to provide seamless customer experiences. Think about Apple Pay, Google Pay, Alipay, all these online services. I mean, for all intents and purposes, you can now open up savings and bank accounts through Google, which is just amazing to see. They already have captured that market share. And finally, what we should not forget is the alarming rate of cybersecurity attacks in the FinServ organizations. As a matter of fact, over half of all those attacks were during COVID-19, and staying at home orders just made it harder to address these things. So we need to do things differently to really address this disruption, the existential crises that are happening. But we don't want to just always react. We actually want to create an adoption where we can continuously transform. Think of it as a flywheel of transformation. Now, most of these transformations that have happened, and through some of our research, is they're leading the digital transformation. But we have no luxury anymore for months of long planning cycles anymore. Those days are gone. We need to be able to act now, react to market conditions, and able to continuously adopt. And it needs to be agile to a certain extent. Now, according to this study, we actually see that 3/4 of all FS companies that we surveyed, they had digital transformation plans in place. And they were putting in place in the existential crisis, but they saw them accelerate. But first, before we just talk about transformation, what you have to be clear about is why are you trying to transform? We know some of the pieces, but what does it mean in the banking industry? Why you specifically need to transform? You've got to focus on outcomes. Like, what are you trying? Why are you doing this? So let's look at a couple of examples. Here's a couple of desired outcomes that we see banks are trying to do. First, financial services feel pressure to provide compelling digital experiences, as I just described, to the consumers. And it's really to help order grow revenues. And they need to reduce the time it takes to convert an idea into software in production that impacts the business. Now, we also see the return on equity in the financial services steadily dropping over time. Now, some digital laggards focus on primarily cutting costs to get their returns on equity. But by creating compelling experiences, we'll actually increase the assets. It will maintain your customers and get new customers, just like what the fintech companies are doing. Now, they also rapidly want to iterate over that code and learn from your customers. Approximately 40% of the consumers these days that leverage fintech platforms for daily financial transactions, and more than 90% of those people who do so are satisfied with those experiences. This sets the precedence for banking. Now, managing this growth of software vulnerabilities, we still need to maintain trust. We need to maintain trust in the system. So you have to innovate at a pace and a scale while protecting your application estate. Now, finally, the other key outcome is financial services want to take full advantages of the innovation that's happening. There's amazing innovation. Think about touchless payments, different payment mechanism, wealth management that is happening. But you don't have to be the one inventing everything. You can actually leverage the innovation that's happening and through partnership and incorporating ecosystem capabilities. So just a quick summarize as well, what leaders have agreed on is these two main motions, like modernizing your application portfolio, your core banking heritage systems, thus improve customer experiences. The days of waiting for something to happen are over. It needs to be instant. Also, improving customer experience is also tied directly to revenue growth. Time and time we've seen this as well. Experiences create more revenue. It's not just about cost cutting. So we've talked a little bit about the experiences. So what are some of the experiences that we see in the environment? You really want to focus on these three different elements. Is you want to meet new and existing customers where they bank, which happens to be a lot of times their mobile phone, right? Or take care of the existing customers and maintain their trust and loyalty. And loyalty really creates a network effect of your customers. And accelerate your time to market to meet your customer demand. So you want to get away from the drag. And in the end, that really creates all these different experiences like mobile banking, digital payments, digital lending, all these new capabilities that customers just expect you to have. But as we talk about this, what are some really things that impede us to get these digital experiences? Because it's not as simple as we just keep saying about transformation. There are fundamental things that really help, that impede in these things. I think first and foremost, what we're seeing is heritage systems of core banking that are classically set in very industrial ways. And not just your systems, it's also your processes, that your processes are heritage in the way that they were done. They don't act fast enough. But part of this is also the key misalignment that happens in organizations. Is the misalignment of outcomes. One part of an organization is not aligned with the other part of the organization. And you really want to have them gravitate towards key outcomes you want to achieve. Is it additional revenue? Is it reducing cost? Is it creating better experiences? What are those things for your organization? Security and compliance continues to be important, but has compliance been built into your modern applications and services? Are your processes still in an heritage way? So who wants another change ticket or a massive architectural review board you have to go through? We want to get to a point where we assume positive intent, build compliance and security into your pipelines. Think about some of the DevSecOps motions, secure supply chains, where you create flow while still maintaining security and compliance. So the days of manually checking things are really impeding us in getting to this point. Last but not least, we see a very slow time to market. Think about like, how fast are you able to make a change to your core banking system? How long does that take? How long does it change tickets? How does the review come in? So these are some key impediments that we've seen. But the other thing that we've seen, and I wanted to share this with you, some learnings of fallacies that we see on how certain companies think about the core banking transformation. So let's dive into many of them. So many digital laggers use digital transformation as a lipstick approach. They're looking to put it on existing heritage systems and approaches. It's really a veneer that has created a disjointed of experiences and not the outcomes that you really want for your transformation. So think about this, where you see your user interface looks fantastic. It's beautiful what you've created, but you know what? You can't use it during the mainframe patch window. The weekend, you can't use it. So does it really transform? Or you submit a loan application through this whiz-bang interface, fantastic. But then you get an email that says, well, somebody will be back in touch with you for your application. And these are real things. I mean, I've seen this with many organizations that try to create this lipstick approach. Or you've made this pandemic purchase of Kubernetes during the pandemic. It looks fantastic. but now what? What outcomes are you trying to drive it? What are you really changing? So these digital laggards, they don't really transform, and they look at shiny objects to create short-term benefits. And they continue to have inertia. And this is what I've been calling the lipstick transformation. Now, you can turn it into a great business like Louis Vuitton, but you have luxury products, but it doesn't transform your financial services company. So let's take a look at a couple of other examples. So another lipstick service that we see a lot of times is this quick point solution that says, hey, I've moved to the cloud. I've got the cloud stood up. But wait, all my heritage systems are still in the data center. And I need 3-week lead time to get access to my cloud services. It doesn't get the developer experiences or the developer velocity in doing that. You're still having a lot of drag that exists in the organization. Now, don't get me wrong, moving to the cloud has key benefits around elasticity, variable cost models, but if your core banking is still on-prem, you haven't really moved the needle as much. You might create your user interfaces there or some of the capabilities, but you still need to address the core banking side. The other thing that we see is quickly jumping to solution of patchworks where, and I realize this is a DevOps day, so apologies, and please go with me, is DevOps is actually used a lot of times as like, this is the solution to transform. Now, DevOps has really good qualities, but if the rest of your organization doesn't align with the philosophy and the approaches, you can't really leverage that capability. So let's now understand a little bit more. What are the forces that are really going on in an organization to transform your organization? So let's go back to our analogy of escape velocity. So the real transformation, you need to recognize these specific forces that are happening. To generate velocity, you must overcome these elements. First and foremost, mass. This is your whole estate, your alignment, your processes, your architecture, your resources, the technical depth that you have. That's the mass that's been pulled down by the gravity of your organization. And again, that gravity is your culture of how you approach it. More on that here in a minute. And so the more weight that you have, the more thrust and fuel you need to use, the more resources. This is your inertia, the entropy in the organization you have to overcome. And it really prevents you from achieving that velocity. And without recognizing it, you cannot escape that as well. The other key force is the drag. This is your resistance inside of your organization that is preventing you from moving forward. So how do we address this? We can move to another planet. That's one option. We have different gravity, and that might solve your problem. But that doesn't solve the problem you have down on Earth. So let's dive a little bit deeper on these things. So first is one of the key reasons on the cultural side that I keep bringing this up is that too many organizations have this notion, why fix it if it isn't broken? They don't see the customers, they don't have the empathy of the customers in mind. And this is actually very well described by Larman's Law of Organizational Behavior by Craig Larman. And he kind of describes it as organizations implicitly are optimized to avoid change. They want to maintain the status quo. And it's really by the middle, first level management, specialist positions, architects to a certain extent that have power structures. And the reason this actually happens is because their incentives are not aligned with the outcomes that the organization is trying to achieve with that transformation. So maybe a show of hands, have you guys seen this before? You see the organization is not wanting to move because the incentives are not correct. We're too busy with certain things we're working on. So let's get back to transformation, because I want to be clear on what we really mean by transformation. So coming back to the MIT study, they also define this very well and crisp, is that it's really about incorporating modern technology to the organization processes and strategy to achieve business goals or outcomes. Those outcomes are customer outcomes. The key thing is not just technology. Technology for the sake of technology doesn't get you transformed, as I've been telling, but it is about setting key, clear outcomes. That's what helps you transform. Now, we've been thinking about this quite a bit and looking at what are the capabilities that a company needs, a core banking organization needs to becoming a digital leaders. And what we boiled it down to a couple of key capabilities that we have. First and foremost is you need to have a capability of aligning the organization. Existential crisis creates focus. Alignment around outcome creates focus in an organization. Next, you need to have architectures, platforms that allow you to create flow in the organization, allow you to continuously refactor, continuously allow you to achieve these outcomes. But you also need to have a way to have tech adoption, not just tech for the sake of tech, but if you have a certain problem domain or new outcomes that you're trying to achieve, how quickly can you adopt new technology? How quickly can you get rid of existing technology? And all this needs to be done in an intrinsic security way. How do you bake security into your pipelines? How do you make it part of your processes? Not an after fact or not a gate that I have to go through to make it into production. Those days should be changed. Last, cost as well. And I'm not saying manage cost. I'm just saying that make it visible of what are the implications of certain decisions that you make. Does a developer know in your organization right now that when they deploy something, what is the cost implication to the organization? We're not trying to do bean counting here. It's really creating visibility in what the implications are of doing them. But one thing I don't want to forget, I come back to this as culture. Your culture is essential for really becoming a digital leader. Do you have a venture capitalist or a startup mentality that allows you to achieve velocity? So I mentioned existential crisis a couple of times, and I want to dive into this a little bit more, because the pandemic was one of those existential crises where organizations created focus. Now, the one thing I hear a lot of times, and the PPP program at Fiserv and some of the other large financial institutions that I get the pleasure to working with, every team member that I've interviewed, I get this feedback that says teams actually love it when they're in an existential crisis because they love the focus it creates, the collaboration it creates. All the other noise is removed from them because the whole organization is focused on dealing with the existential crisis. Now, it's not a healthy thing to continuously focus on crisis. You don't want crisis that everything is on fire. But as my dear colleague Cote has indicated in one of his books, there's this notion of a decadence vortex that happens with existential crises. A crisis happens, we fix something, we change something, we transform something, we declare success, but then we go back to decadence, where we're so used to what's there and we're just waiting for the next crisis. So that's not a model that's sustainable over time. You want to be able to constantly have existential crisis that gives you focus, but not create the decadence side. So let's kind of look at a model on how we can actually create this in an organization. And really what you want in an organization is to create a learning organization. So existential crisis gives you focus, team bonding, right? But you want your team to be able to go through this motion where they continuously create hypotheses of what they think might happen, build solutions, build products, but measure these as well. And continuously seeing, are you moving the needle? Am I getting closer to my outcomes that I've set in my hypotheses? And constantly asking, what are we learning from this? Are we moving the needle? Is this transformation working, right? This might not be working. Are you able to pivot at any point in time and redo your learning? But first and foremost, it's in the center of this as well, is you need to have alignment where you create outcomes and use frameworks like OGSM, OKR. Doesn't really matter what framework you use. The key thing is are you articulating your outcomes? But it also leads to like creating this learning organization where everybody's constantly learning from things versus dealing with crises. It's also important to recognize the leadership that is necessary for core banking. That we've been so used in core banking to having a top-down hierarchy approach to leadership. And I think leadership has to really transform first and foremost to really get your core banking benefits. Because how do you change your processes and your technology at the same time? you need to have clear leadership focus. And this is kind of interesting I took this from the Harvard Business Review, and it really applies very well to how you should think about your leadership transformation. You want to create a tolerance for failure. This is interesting because I always look back and during my apprenticeship days, I had a lot of failures. And I will tell you that failures create a lot of learning. Because anytime you look at things, that if you're successful continuously, are you really learning? I mean, the best soccer players constantly train. They constantly reflect back on where have I failed? Where do I learn constantly? I mean, practice makes perfect, but practice is really about embracing failure as well. And so don't use the failure as a negative context. It's as a positive side. But leadership has to embrace this. Like, are you coming down on people when something happens? Or are you really embracing it to understand what you're learning? But also create a learningness of experimentation. Banking and financial institutions are very challenged a lot of times in that. They create a year-long financial plan. We set projects, we capitalize our projects, and we're not willing to experiment because we're trying to achieve the projects. And that creates a tension, because if your outcome is to complete the project, the whole market might have changed. Like, take a look at last year. Did all the projects that you created, did they get finished? Well, if you finish your projects, but the pandemic had it, you are now out of business. So you need to have a way to experiment throughout the year to see what works, what doesn't work. Fundamentally, what your teams need is a notion of psychological safety. And I don't mean sympathy for the people. It's creating an environment that people feel like they can be heard, you can be empathetic to their needs. They feel like they can speak up at any point in time. Like, test yourself in your organization. Can anybody at any point in time speak up and voice their opinion? And what do we do with that? Do we recognize that? How do we build consensus? Now, collaboration is critical. As we all know, we're here at DevOps, so it's already about collaboration between development and operations. And what's interesting about collaboration, and this is what I miss about Dynamics, being able to go to conferences, meeting people in person. I would love to be there in person with you. Is collaboration that happens when people come together. It creates innovation. So getting back to creating collaborative environments, physical, virtually, however you want to do this. It's important where people have time to collaborate together. This might mean pairing. I'm a big fan of pairing. So pairing between developers, are they able to do this? But again, leadership has to create vision and direction. Leadership should not tell us how to do things, but they should be able to articulate what and why into clear outcomes. And this what and why is important because that creates the focus. Now, to reach this point, I'm kind of giving you a couple of different pointers of how to transform. And these are critical in core banking because classically we're not used to doing these things in this way. So leadership has to really embrace this doing. And again, it's not about technology. But let me give you a little bit of a journey that I've seen with large financial institutions that I've been able to go through to actually really transform. And again, just like with your trajectory for rockets, it doesn't happen straight up. It is really a curved trajectory. But when you reach that velocity, that's when you know you've really been able to escape the gravitational pulls. So let's take a look. The first thing that you want to do is chart a course that is around the existential crisis. Again, don't create a crisis, but create that focus and describe the outcomes so that teams can focus. Next, you'll want to move as quickly as possible. So this is by identifying and quickly moving applications that are key to a platform that allows you to embrace cloud native. It can help you create flow in your organization. You don't have to submit tickets to get yet another virtual machine, a network switch, etc. You want to remove that burden. But the key thing is moving the applications, not just refactoring at this point. The next thing you want to then modernize. Now, this is really looking at your portfolio of identifying critical business monoliths and systems that are inconsistent into more cloud native applications. It doesn't mean totally refactoring the application. It has to have a lean approach. Create slices in your architecture so that you really can address this in a lean way. But also you should ask yourself the question, is this heritage system that I have, this monolith that I have, is it differentiating in my business? If not, can I use a fintech company? Can I use an ecosystem provider that can give me this capability without me have to spending the resources on maintaining something like that? Next, what really starts scaling up in your organization and really builds up velocity is organizing your teams around common outcomes and building lean governance. And really what this means is looking at your portfolio, products, defining products, and then going through and are you creating the learning exercises? What you then will notice is then when you really start taking off is maximizing your success by doing health checks. Are you addressing problems? What are you learning from these things? How are you pivoting in your organization? And this really journey is very common that we see for organizations that I get involved in. And I get really passionate about this because it's amazing when you're able to get to 15 releases a day and constantly creating value for your customers. Now, I've talked a lot about the journey. Let me kind of come back and summarize this in a couple of different ways. So how are we overcoming the aerodynamic forces in your organization? Well, you really, again, want to achieve the state velocity. I think first, to get thrust, you need to have product teams that are self-enabled. They can make their own decisions while they're still focusing on outcomes. And one of the key outcomes is to create flow in your organization. Can a developer have a clear path to production that continuously can make updates? Yes, you can do this in a compliant and secure way. We've done it. But also you need to leverage platforms that allow you to create flow. You don't have to submit tickets. Developer can do this themselves, right? While operations can focus on day-to operations and scaling things out as they see fit for apply SRE practices, for example. How do I address the mass? Well, mass is addressed by really creating lean approaches. You don't have to take the whole organization with you. You can create slices in your core banking, right? So modernize the slices that are important. Think about your customers, building empathy. How do we overcome drag? Remember, the drag is really what is holding you back as an organization. It's the ones that hold back your company. The way to do this is really establishing learning organizations that explore hypotheses and constantly run experiments. That doesn't give an opportunity for the existing company to really hold you back because you're constantly learning, you're constantly creating these hypotheses. And how do you create lift? Well, leadership provides this vision, focus for articulating clear outcomes. So I want to leave you with this. It is possible. Think about what the possibility is to transform. Keep these aerodynamic forces in focus. These are the ways that you can allow to move forward. So with that, I'll summarize it in this. To really deliver financial services in a modernized way, you're able to do this. And hopefully this talk has kind of given you the background and key details to doing this. I thank you very much. Hopefully you enjoy the rest of the conference. I'll be hanging out for a little while.
Thank you very much, Henry. Really good presentation. I would like to point that how can we avoid being slow into the market is a huge thing. And I think that is very important, the path that we can follow in order to achieve that. Thank you very much. Extremely good presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here again, Santiago Arranz. I'm pleased to announce and to present our next guest is Laurent Verviers. He is the CTO for EMEA in Microsoft. Hello, Laurent, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Perfectly, thank you very much.
Sounds good.
So we're very grateful to have you here and count on you in order to deliver the next valuable presentation. The building business value with cloud adoption. Before we start, I would like to point you that you can ask any questions in your question mark in the tool. So we will be happy to respond some of them at the end. Probably the time will be short, so let's try to keep it consistent. Laurent, if you are ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, so let me share my screen. This one. Is everything okay? Okay, so hello. So I'm Laurent Verviers. I'm working in the worldwide financial services team at Microsoft, which is a team that is focusing on go-to-market and solutions specifically for financial services. And I have a role of CTO in EMEA, which means that I'm the guy that is trying to make the bridge between the technology and the business ambitions and the business needs of our customers. Okay, so what I'm going to share with you today is a research that we have been making for, let's say, the last 5 years on...
I cannot see your presentation. You're sharing your screen.
Are you seeing? Should be. Is it?
Not yet.
Is it okay?
Not yet. I only see you. That's what I mean.
You only see me, but I'm sharing my screen. So let me restart and share my screen again.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you cannot see it, that's a pretty embarrassing. So share screen. Sorry for that. Display settings, switch. Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Much better. So sorry for that. So that was the yes, the first slide I was speaking on. So sorry for that, guys. But you know, as a Microsoft guys, I'm more used to play with Teams than Zoom. So anyway. So let me move to the next one. So yes, so what I was saying is I want to show you today a presentation about a research that we have been making the last 5 years on how financial industry companies, meaning banking industry and insurance industry, are adopting the cloud, and for what they are doing that, how can we help the banks and the insurers to achieve their goal in terms of building business value, which means really understanding what are the business value that we should focus on. So we have been using a data-driven kind of approach, which means that leveraging data, we are able to look at what's really happening in the industry, and I will share some of that with you. Yeah, so this is the purpose of my presentation today. I will also share some market trends as we are able to see them today, some patterns. So I would like to start with framing what is the business value for a customer, for a bank. What is the business value? How can we frame it? So very basically, 4 kind of pillars in building the business value. Pillars that you obviously know, like economic efficiency, agility, and speed delivery, digital products with artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, this kind of value, plus the capability to modernize and simplify business processes by adoption of solutions as a service. More and more companies are delivering their software through SaaS solutions. And this is the value that you can get. And depending on the objective, these 4 pillars are added through the journey. There are 2 big risk factors to the achievement of the value. These risk factors are first, let's say the risk itself in terms of security, in terms of compliance. Obviously, going to the cloud requires some effort in terms of adopting the right posture, in terms of security and compliance. And if it's not done, everybody is not willing to be shown in the papers with data leakage or this kind of thing. So this risk factor is super important to be achieved. And the second risk factor to the achievement of the value that you can build is the new culture of the enterprise. Just to illustrate that, it's not only about just saying that I'm agile to be agile. That means that the agility has to be implemented in terms of culture, in terms of processes, and everywhere in the company. This is, by the way, the 2 big things that we see that are blocking cloud adoption and transformation, digital transformation in our customers. So these 2 topics are really important. They could be considered as a risk factor, but they also could be considered as accelerators, depending on if you look at that from a negative or a positive way. But investing in these 2 areas is key for the digital transformation and the cloud adoption. And honestly, building value is not looking just at a snapshot of the different elements that I've been showing. The value is built on a journey, on a transformation journey, which means that we need to move the traditional operating models where most of the banking industry is still today. The banking industry is still conservative most of the time. And there is a big need to move to a more digital operating model, which means being able to leverage things like digital feedback loops to manage the business and being able to be more data driven and so on. So this is how we have been simplifying through this little equation. What are the key parameters of the value, the business value for a journey to the cloud? And of course, the business value is not only cost reduction, it impacts 2 things, which is the cost transformation, which most of the people, and specifically infrastructure, IT people, are looking for: cost transformation, cost reduction, moving from CapEx to OpEx. But it's also about revenue transformation. So the real question is, if I am not in the cloud, what I'm going to miss as a new revenue? This is the idea. So to be able to put some tangible numbers inside the equation, the first thing that we have been doing is to say, let's look at these services, and you recognize here, this is the map of the services of Azure, a lot of services, and we are presenting them like the ingredients in a grocery. You know, they are on the shelves. This is the way we build it. This is the way we sell it. But the most important thing is to look at them through the lens of how you guys are going to consume it, to consume them, okay? And so what we have been doing is just moving these services one by one in the 9 categories that we have been discussing with customers, being the most important categories of technology that our customers are consuming. From the bottom to the top, in blue, what we call the foundation services, where you build the security, you build the new infrastructure in the data center, you leverage advanced computing, big computing, this kind of thing, which are really infrastructure oriented, driven most of the time by IT people. And when I say IT, most infrastructure and operations people. The second layer that we have called the adoption layer is the layer where the developers develop the new applications, the modernization layer, okay? From the tools, the containers, the database as a service, the API management, and other advanced functions that helps to build the modern architecture. And this layer obviously is driven by the developers organizations across the bank. At the top, in red here, this is what we have called the transformation layer or innovation layer, which is driven by the business needs. Okay, there is no reason for a bank today to leverage this kind of data if there is no clear business needs. And this is addressing things like from the big data stores to the analytics and the very advanced workloads, artificial intelligence, and all these kind of things. So the first step that we have been doing is transferring all these shelves, putting them into these 9 categories that you can consider as being your kitchen. You are not storing the ingredients like you have been buying them in the grocery. You are sorting them in your kitchen in the way you are going to cook with them to do the best meal possible, okay? So this is how we have been moving from a very product-centric view to a customer usage-centric view. The second question that raised is, okay, so we have been sorting the services into a framework that is customer-centric, but the real question is in which kind of usage, what kind of business ambitions can we address with these services, okay? And so we are leveraging here the Horizon framework, which is coming from McKinsey, which is to say there is 3 kinds of Horizon in which our customers, the banks, are leveraging the cloud. What we call the Horizon 1, which is really everything that people do to optimize their market positions, okay? And we are looking at that from a business perspective. So optimizing business market positions. Horizon 2 is everything that you do to improve your market positions. Improving market positions today is 2 things. Is first, being quicker to the market, so increase the speed to market. And second, to take better decisions about products or customers by leveraging analytics. And Horizon 3 is everything you do to go to new markets, saying that the new market today is obviously digital and will require things like artificial intelligence, so advanced services. Just for to explain, this is not sequential, okay? You don't do first the Horizon 1, then the Horizon 2, then the Horizon 3. Everything is done at the same time. Just the horizon of achievement and building value is different. So all the banks are running projects into each of the horizon at the same time. And this is how it works. So you remember the model where we have been classifying the different services that you guys leverage to build your applications. So in yellow, this is what we have been learning. These are the services that are used by our customers in optimization kind of objective. The second layer, this second group of services in blue here are the ones that are leveraged by our customers to improve their market position. And this green one are the ones that are used to develop new market positions. Okay, this is the framework that we have been building, discussing with customers. The very good news here is that everything is measurable. Okay, so this framework is really to understand what the banking industry is doing, what are the key workloads that are developed, what are the ones that are successful, are the workloads that are developed, mapped to business ambitions. This is what we try to achieve here. And of course, we have been adding to that a framework that helps to understand the digital work, how the banking industry, how our customers are progressing into their digital work, from leveraging the very basic services from, just Office or Exchange, which are still the very basic way of leveraging the Microsoft 365, to moving more to communications, and obviously leveraging things like Teams, etc., to be able to communicate. And of course, the pandemic has had already a huge effect on that. And third, moving to more integrated collaboration, digital collaboration, leveraging very advanced tools like the Power Platform, etc., etc. So this is how it appears. Okay, this is the model, and there is one thing which is super important. Okay, and by the way, which is key as I understand the topic of this conference. This is the change management that needs to happen. There will be no benefits of adopting cloud if there is not in parallel a transformation plan to be achieved. Okay, which means mapping to these different layers, to these different horizons that I've been explaining. The organization needs to move from a very traditional operating model where we still see a lot of our customers being today, to a very full digital operating model, the one that we see in the neobanks coming, leveraging digital feedback loops, taking decisions based on data, etc., etc. And this journey is absolutely fundamental to be able to get the value of the technology implementations in the cloud. And obviously, it's progressive, moving from agile IT operating models like first level of DevOps in IT, and moving to more agile business operations, including the operations of the business into the operating model. These are the kind of business value that you address, being at the different level of the model, from optimizing costs, being able to scale, delivering agility and speed, being able to to make better decisions with data, and obviously being able to really innovate and enhance the customer experience. So let's move. Okay, I've finished. I'm sorry, it has been a little bit long, but I needed to put in place the framework because we are going to look at data, and it's important that you can understand what's really behind the data. So let's start very simply. What have we been seeing during the last 3 years in terms of digital work adoption? Each of the bubble here represent a position at the date which is written here. So starting in 2019, the digital work was very, very basic in the banking industry. We all know what there was still a lot of discussions around compliance, around security, blah, 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 and everything has been progressing really fast. So slow movement until 2020, and then a huge progress in 2021. So no surprise here. What has been happening is that the pandemic has opened the doors of the usage of Teams here. This is Teams that is measuring, bringing the maturity of the banks in this area at a new level, at a new level of digital. But maybe what is more interesting is looking at the platform. the platform itself, which is you recognize the model from the Horizon 1 kind of usage of the platform, Horizon 2 kind of usage of the platform, Horizon 3 kind of usage. Again, Horizon 1, optimizations, IT-driven, blue, Horizon 2, better decision-making with data, data-driven operations, and agility and speed, and 3, Horizon 3 here, innovation, okay? Again, each of the bubble is the position of the top top 20 banks in Azure through the different years. So starting in 2018, in a small bubble here, the size of the bubble is the level of usage. So starting with very specific needs in 2018, and then moving into this area in 2019, 2020, which means that the cloud adoption has been driven by the need of agility and speed to market. So these are the business ambitions that have been addressed since 2018 to 2020 by cloud adoptions in the banks that have been the most advanced in cloud usage, okay? So moving then to the center here. So what we are seeing is obviously that the usage is growing. It's like being multiplied by 2 times each year, at least, and even accelerating on that, being more systematic in cloud options. So started here with very specific workloads, now moving to more systematic adoption, meaning more infrastructure, meaning more security, meaning more data center transformation. And then what we see in 2021 is the progression of this bubble towards the top, which means that the banks are today looking at the analytics in the cloud, so the data in the cloud. This is really the topic that is at the center of all the big discussions that we are having with customers. It's really about leveraging data in the cloud. What we expect in 2025 is this bubble positioning of the industry, moving to more advanced workloads, more artificial intelligence, and so on, okay? So, and what I'm showing here is really data-driven, okay? So maybe it can just kill some myth where cloud adoption has not been used at the beginning to transform the data centers. It has really been something to enhance the market positions, increasing the agility, increasing the way to address markets with data-driven approach, which, by the way, is completely aligned with the topic of our conference today on DevOps and so on. Okay, so let me move. To be more tangible, we have been looking at some data, market data that has been published here. I'm leveraging a document from Accenture, which is the cloud imperative for banking industry. If you haven't read it, please do. It's a very interesting one. We have not been participating in the way it has been written, but I'm fully aligned, and we're fully aligned with what is said in this. What is super interesting is that they give benchmarks. They give benchmarks on what kind of, how much of value the banks have been getting with different scenarios in the cloud. So it's just telling you that, for example, being here means that they have been able to do like 20 to 60% reduction in technology cost and other characteristics, okay? So really demonstrating that the value that you are getting is not only cost reduction, but it's also uplift. So more business being able to grow markets and things like that. So I will not go in details during this presentation, but probably you will get the slides later. I'm happy to let them, and then you will be able to see how you can estimate the value that you generate building a journey to the cloud for the bank. And you have the same kind of approach here with the digital work capabilities that are implemented, and what does it mean in terms of business value capabilities that you're able to derivate from that. Okay. We have been looking at an average, and an average is an average. It's not always looking at really what's happening at the bank's level. So what we are showing here is some banking patterns. Often the banks are asking, our customers are asking, where should I start? What is the logical path to go to the cloud? All these kind of questions. And the answer here is, well, it depends on your business ambitions and what you try to achieve right now. Don't forget that it's not only a technical question, it's really about culture, it's really about evolving the operating model. So what I'm showing here are 4 examples of banks that are part of the benchmark that I've been showing earlier, and their journey to the cloud. All of these banks here are super happy with what they have been doing with the cloud. Okay, why? Because they got the results, the outcomes that they were expecting at the business level, So we can consider that as patterns. Obviously, the first one on the top left is born in the cloud, a kind of fintech here, which is mature now. It's quite an interesting one. And as you can see, these guys don't have legacy to move. They start immediately to go to conquer new markets with a very innovative capabilities architecture in place. The other 3 ones are big banks across the world with very different journey. So if we take the top right here, it's a banking industry, large, a global bank, starting with innovation and with specific applications on agility, etc., and now moving to a systematic approach of cloud. By the way, multi-cloud strategy with big infrastructure in the cloud, and now having deployed these capabilities of a new hybrid data center moving to data. Okay, so this is the one kind of pattern. The second pattern on the bottom left here is another bank starting with very big risk compute capabilities, big HPC workloads to do some calculation that they were removing from their data centers to the cloud with a super quick return on investment, and then moving to a very systematic program of moving applications into the cloud. So leveraging today and getting today value on agility, speed to market, etc. And the third one, which is a representative of a bank that has decided to become data-driven in its operations, starting building new applications with the cloud. So again, addressing more usage of the cloud through the developers and the modern architecture, and then moving to a fully data-driven operations implementation. So I will not say this one is good, this one is bad, this one. They are all good, and the reason they are good is because the customers are happy with them. Again, mapping the benchmark of Accenture here, this is how we can describe the business value that these banks have been able to build in their journey to the cloud. Okay, if I take the bottom left just to explain, being able to reduce, do a massive cost reduction in the risk compute, moving to today more reduction in technology cost, but also increasing the speed to market, increasing this kind of thing. Okay, So this is the way to look at it. And again, the pattern, there are multiple patterns. The right decision is focus first on what is required for you for the bank in its journey to the cloud, and then execute from there, addressing the business value first. Okay. Okay, so this has been the generic way of looking at a bank, looking at the journey, looking at the value that has been built until now, and if the journey is aligned with the business objectives. But looking at the level of a big bank is interesting, but probably not enough, okay? Because in a bank, in the universal banks that we have, in Europe, for example, like Santander or Société Générale or whatever big banks in Europe that we have, we need to go one step down to look at what's happening at the application layer and what is happening at the business unit level. So looking at the journey that I've been explaining for the banking industry, we're trying to map that to business scenarios, okay? And business and usual scenarios that our customers are addressing with the cloud. So there is the back-end modernization, which is more the technical kind of cloud adoptions, from modernizing the data centers, etc. These are, let's say, the four scenarios that we have been defining. Looking at back-end innovation for a bank, which means building data insights and become data-driven in the organization, or front-end modernization, meaning modernizing or building new cloud-native applications for payments, for this kind of workloads that we see a lot on the market today. And third, of course, the lighthouse innovation, focusing on customer experience. This is what we see when a bank, for example, is building completely a new digital bank platform with innovation, with the real willingness to really conquer a new market. So these are the 7 scenarios where we can map the initiatives and where we can define where to start in the journey to the cloud, and and define the level of business value that these workloads will generate for the bank. So let's start with lighthouse innovation, focusing on customer experience. So again, measuring in the cloud the positioning of this kind of workloads, each colors being one of the workload, and the different bubbles in one color are the different months, so the journey by itself. So these are the lighthouse innovation. This is where they are positioned. So this is the kind of value that they can create. The key components, really the key components that are part of this journey, which are making the benefit for the bank, which is building the business value, or this one, from the application PaaS services, API management, app services, service bus, to implement the event-driven kind of applications, with cognitive services used to do some machine learning, or used to enhance the customer experience, trying to anticipate the behavior, etc., and build on analytics on the fly, analytics to be able to deliver the best experience based on real data. So these are the key components of an architecture that is positioned here in the lighthouse innovation, delivering business value, which is here a revenue transformation impact, and increasing client retention and acquisition. If you want to know what are the capabilities of what could be the business value that is generated by this kind of workloads, we have 3 benchmarks. Okay, we have been measuring on our side with Microsoft experience on projects that we have been doing with customers, an impact of 10%, not really good impact here, to more than 100% increase in client retention and acquisition in such a project. So this is very broad, and so it has to be analyzed. External data, meaning data coming from big tech, so meaning here McKinsey, Capgemini, EFMA, etc., that we have been consolidated, gives a rank between 10 and 40%. Usually at Microsoft, when we run a project with customers on this kind of topics, we are super conservative, and this is the kind of business value that we consider building a business case with the bank, building the business case, the business case with the bank between 10 and 20% increase of client acquisition and client retention. Okay, so this is the logic. The second kind of workloads is around front-end modernization. Let's look here at payment applications that we have, which is again leveraging the PaaS services on API management, event hubs, etc., and effectively choosing architecture between Kubernetes or containers or more serverless, full Azure, for example, kind of architecture. And again, these kind of workloads are really strong to enhance the product sales and the client activity. So this is really when people want to really increase their market position, their market share on some activities that they already have. And again, the benchmark here should super broad. On our side, super conservative when we build businesses with our customers. But the real measurement that we have with our different customers is between 11% and 83% increase in selling products and managing the customer activity. Okay, just to go to more on cost transformation, this is where you look more for optimizing the operations, optimizing the cost, or optimizing the cost and transform the cost and having an impact on that. So here, data-driven operations, illustration of data-driven operation. What does it mean in terms of services used? What are the key components that is delivering the value from Hadoop, from HD Insight at Microsoft, analysis, data lake, blah, 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 everything, Power BI embedded, and obviously capabilities in terms of storing data in a new format with Cosmos DB, Databricks, to manage the data and the data lake capabilities. So these are the key components. These are the expectations of implementing such an architecture. These are the expectations that you could have in terms of generating business value. Okay, I'm accelerating here. These are more the technical, so backend modernizations, and of course the different services that are key in this kind of workloads, from the traditional network security operations, etc. And these are the benefits that can be achieved in terms of cost transformation in such scenarios. Okay. So let's move to something that we have been doing. I'm going I'm trying to explain here. I'm checking time. Am I still okay? No answer. Maybe I'm speaking to myself. So let's just explain how the business value is generated through time, okay? Which means if we look at a typical mobile banking application lifecycle, in fact, what we have been observing is that there are three major steps in three major stages in the lifecycle of such an application, which is the first stage is when you build it, so you have to put it in place with all the required capabilities, security components, technical components. Then the second phase is when this application is growing. Growing means having more and more customers in it. And then when you have customers in it, you need to keep them into the system, which means that you need to improve the experience of the customer. These are the three kind of cycles that we have been observing for such applications that we see with our customers. Giving an example of one here, which is the number of customers for one of these applications, the number of customers, the growth that has been observed through the different years. So 1 million the first year, 2 million the second year, 3 million the third year. That's a very linear kind of thing, which means that the application, because it has been developed in an agile way, has been able to deliver the new features as they were expected by the customers. And from this point where, you know, the features are here, you need to keep the customer. You don't want them to go to the competition. So then you work more on the experience of the customer. So you improve the level of digital, leveraging the more advanced services to enhance the experience with artificial intelligence and this kind of thing. So, and what we have been observing, because you know, the idea here is to say, is my VM cheap or not? Which is the wrong question to ask in such a journey. The real question is, what is the cost of the customer on the platform? Because you can have the cheapest VM in your data centers. If you're not able to bring the customers on top of the VMs, that means nothing. So building on that, what we have been observing is leveraging the cloud with the advanced services, being able to grow the level of digital of the application, meaning leveraging more the data, more the advanced services like artificial intelligence. The cost per customer has been able to really decline, which means that the value of the cloud is able to deliver whatever kind of level of digital has been able to deliver the business value that was expected, whatever the level of sophistication of the services has been used. So this is super interesting. And just as a benchmark, saying that if we were to do the same exercise, building the advanced capabilities on a IaaS kind of approach would have meant for the customer to be able to build the capabilities, so adding some cost. At the end, leveraging the advanced capabilities of the cloud without managing them manually has been delivering a result, which is that the cost per customers is divided by 2 compared to a more traditional infrastructure approach. So and everything is measured here. I think I'm at my time. Do you want me to stop? And I cannot see if there are some questions, so I'm happy to answer some questions so far if it's time. Anyone?
Hi,
Anyone, Santiago?
Thank you very much for the tremendous presentation. We have one question in the room. They're interested in knowing what prevents organizations to succeed after migrating to cloud, or saying that in the other way around. What prevents those organizations to failure in the trip to cloud or in the journey to cloud? If you have any example that one failure because of the organization itself or whatever.
Yeah, a very good question. By the way, we are seeing banks, but it's true also in the other industries, failing or being very disappointed with the investment that they have been doing in the cloud because of the
change management that has not been addressed correctly, which means that really the organizational part of working, taking decisions, etc. So really the change management that needs to happen needs to be synchronized with the cloud adoption. If you consider the cloud adoption like you were running data centers before, there is a big chance to be disappointed at the end. Okay, it's really about transforming the culture of the organization, of the bank, moving to more agile new way of working. The cloud is only the enabler. The adoption of cloud is not the target. Okay, this is the enabler of the culture transformation, of the business transformation of the company.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much, Laurent. Congratulations for your presentation, and merci beaucoup.
You're welcome.
Hope to see you soon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, have a great session.
We will be back in a minute.
Thank you.
Buenos días de nuevo, soy Santiago Arranz.
Good morning again. This is Santiago Arranz, and it's a pleasure to introduce Fran Yanez from HPE. Fran, how are you? Fine, how are you? Thanks very much for having me. Well, thank you for coming. He's a telecommunications engineer from Madrid Polytechnic University with over 14 years in the technology sector. His presentation is on edge to cloud service. So, Fran, as I said earlier, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much, Santiago. I'm part of the pre-sales team at Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and I'm going to give a presentation on the transformation of the sector from edge to cloud as service using the example of Hewlett-Packard. You'll hear some background music. It's nothing strange. It'll just be there doing my presentation. And I wanted to say that apart from the presentation I'm going to give, we also have two workshops, one at 1 o'clock on infrastructure, which I highly recommend. It's going to be a very technical talk where we'll be talking about how to apply infrastructure as a code. This philosophy, taking it to production, we're going to present the characteristics, show practical examples of how it's been applied to major projects. And tomorrow at 1:30, my colleague Antonio Areces will be talking about something that's going to be closely related to something I'm going to touch upon today. How to give control to the as a service models, how to help comply with the regulations, cost controlling, security controls, everything that's needed to be able to apply the as a service models in the safest possible way. Having said this, in the presentation or in preparing the presentation, what I've seen is that most presentations on this sort of follow a certain structure. So I'm going to follow this structure more or less. So I'll start with the slide on percentages with just 4 or 6 or 8 figures. In this case, I chose 4 at random. And most deployments of applications, or half more or less are new applications. The other are new applications that are being transformed, that many companies are going to go to hybrid IT environments. And as I was preparing the presentation, I thought, well, you already know this because these are surveys that are put to you. So there's nothing I can add. These percentages are true, they're there, but you are already aware of them. And then in presentations, there are usually some key messages that are usually pretty good. The cloud is an experience, it's a destiny that AI is going to help to deploy all these new environments. And it's compulsory to talk about COVID, digital transformation, and how it's speeded up, and data gravity, and how that means that the how it's going to affect the workloads in one place or another. That again is all true. But again, you already know that because you're experiencing it. And then we usually have a message that the next wave of digital transformation will be fueled by apps and data everywhere, which is also true. But since I'm not going to discover anything new, if I say more about this, I've just decided to turn it around and tell you something that you may not know so much about. And that is what the journey for us has been as IT providers, especially the more traditional IT providers, how we've become very good at data centers, very good at infrastructure, very good at servers, networks, storage, surveys, software stacks, and how we've also transformed into a company where edge cloud and edge service are very relevant. And I think it's particularly interesting because all companies in a certain way, to a greater or lesser degree, are becoming technology companies. And we can give a very good example of a technology company and how this new type of environment has been transformed. I hope that you'll like this presentation, and I hope that you'll stay with me till the end. What has made Hewlett-Packard Enterprise become transformed to an edge service company? Well, the pushing forces are the ones we can find in any environment. The competition, in our case, the competition that appeared several years ago of the public networks, the emerging technologies, markets, they came from Asia and have pushed us to move very quickly. How technology has also evolved quickly. and in general, the evolution of any business. But the transformational, the major transformational force that has pushed us from those environments where we felt comfortable to this new edge service paradigm has been the same force that is pushing you in your day to day. Our boss. This is Antonio Neri, our CEO, our proud CEO at our Hewlett Packard Enterprise. A couple of years ago, and a discovery that's also being held now, that is 2 years ago, he came out with a message that he'd already been pushing since 2017. And he said that in the next 3 years, HPE will be a service company. It will be a company oriented to providing consumer-driven services, and all its portfolio will be delivered to as a service. You can choose what you want and pay only for what you use. This message right now is a much more widely recognized message in the interest. In many others are also applying this, but the experience from the point of view of those who worked at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, imagine the impact that suddenly your boss tells you that in all the environments you're working in, where you're good, that is taking you to the market, that all that is going to be transformed in just 3 years. And in fact, it's been a much quicker transformation, and that we're going to change all that. As well as everything we do, we're going to focus and be mainly a service company, no longer an infrastructure company. We were very good at data centers. We were going to be a service company. The impact was tremendous. And as employees, we felt, wow, what a challenge. Is it possible? Is it true? Is it not true? And what I would like to say is how we became or turned from being a software company, a server company, to an edge to cloud as a service company. And this is what we announce on our website. If you go to the typical website on who we are, we declare ourselves to be an edge to cloud as a service company. And we're going to analyze this logo back to front. I'll talk about the company first, because I'm using our example, because obviously it's the one I know. It's my company, and we sponsor these cloud days, but it's applicable to many similar companies, and it's applicable to many companies that have undergone this transformation, technology companies. So although the example is ours and the names we're going to use are ours, you're going to find a very general pattern, a very obvious pattern that applies to all industry. So your mileage may vary. Well, some things may be different, but I think it's a fairly good example that can help you a great deal. The core of the presentation, one of the cores is cloud and as a service. And how do we approach the cloud environment from the beginning? Because when we start to see that the cloud, especially the public cloud, but the cloud models that were going to be predominant in the future, we all started to develop our plans. Everyone has a plan. And everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. A very wise person said this, a great thinker, Mike Tyson. If you follow boxing, well, if you don't follow boxing very closely, this is a good example. It's used very much in business environments, because Mike Tyson was asked, your rival has this plan, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, and he said, I don't care. After the first punch, that plan's going to change. He's going to realize how powerful I am. And in heavyweights, it's unusual to knock an opponent down with a single punch. But after a while, he falls. And in industry, we used to receiving many punches and changing a little by little. But this, as a service model, this cloud model, is more of a punch that changes the industry very, very quickly. So the circuit was to adapt very quickly, to try many things, many of which worked, but many didn't. We had to try a lot of things. We had to take a lot of things to the industry as a provider, offer many things until we push the right button. And we're not even in a full transformation. We're still learning day by day. And I'm going to start with things that didn't work for us. And one of the first things we did was to offer public cloud. If you remember, 10, 15 years ago, everyone started to offer public cloud because there was a great fear of being left out. and the public cloud came along, and if the future was all public cloud, and if we weren't there from the beginning, we could be left out. So all companies, all IT providers, or a large percentage, started to offer our own public cloud offering. What did we find? That the critical mass was important. We couldn't give a generalized public cloud because we didn't have enough critical mass, and many of us stopped those offerings. We sold them to more niche providers, more local suppliers, more specific suppliers, or with more specific technologies that started to offer cloud just for storage or certain types of cloud. And the big suppliers were left, the big public clouds. Very few IT providers managed to stay in the public cloud. The critical mass was very, very important. And we learned this during the early stages. What else did we try that didn't work? Well, imagine the situation at the time. We had software, we had servers, network storage, we had services. We packaged all that in stacks that were supercharged, and we went to a message with a slide that you've probably seen millions of times. And especially at that time, this kind of slide was very fashionable. You want a car? Don't buy the parts and build it, because I'll deliver the car to your door, and it'll be ready to use. And this was fine. It grew very quickly. It made it possible to deploy private clouds very quickly, but it was a very limited private cloud because, as I said, we first took our stacks, we packaged them, and our stacks were very limited in our view. A lot of automation companies were bought, orchestration companies. We put all that in a package and we delivered it to the market. It was too oriented specifically to the fast deployment of a private cloud. And a cloud is more than that. What a cloud provides is not driving a car, it's being taken somewhere. And that's the part that we didn't understand. And we weren't getting it right. We needed to understand the load more than the technical specifications. It was based a lot on the what, but not on the why. And it gave us a lot of knowledge. And one of the things we saw that didn't fit was that they were very close stacks. There was very little interoperability, and it was very different to what was on the public cloud. There hadn't really been migration. So the next step we took was to try to align the industry to open structures. I think we were the first company to offer an open stack distribution with support. And the idea was instead of having a closed stack, very much focus on what I have, I'm going to try to let my customers align with the whole sector. It was also very much oriented on the technology focus, and it had a very good growth. It's had a lot of traction in a lot of environments. In the telecommunications sector, for example, this type of initiatives continues to develop, but we still found certain problems. One of them was that many of the existing workloads didn't quite fit in with this new solution. And here we learned that any development that we offered had to bear in mind that very few customers were starting with a green field. The technology startups that access the public cloud had a clear advantage because they didn't have their own IT and couldn't develop very quickly. But the customers we had, the traditional IT suppliers, had to live with those loads. And there wasn't a clear migration plan from on-prem to the private cloud. And we were almost there, but it still wasn't exactly what we needed because the cloud environments is much more complex. And we also have to consider scalability. We have to consider the service. And we have to specifically consider the things that did work, the things that we tried over these years and that were successful, and which are the ones that we promoted. And the main one, crowd economics, the pay-per-use orientation that you've asked for so much. Because when we focus on these cloud advantages, one of the things you were most interested in was paying only for what you were consuming and not using IT budget for future projects or for those that weren't being executed yet. being able to start a project, align the cost of that project with the results of that project. And that's what we started with Green Lake in 2017, 2016. And this did work very well. And you can imagine why. One of the great advantages of the public cloud was that I have an unlimited buffer where I can grow or shrink and only pay for use. And we use that same premise so that you could grow your load or reduce your load. And something that customers have asked a great deal in this type of environment is how you can apply cloud economies with premise, which one of the things that the public cloud does is to share loads. And it's true, obviously, we don't share our infrastructure with other customers when you stop using it. But if we look at the big picture, public clouds have a buffer too, because all customers grow and shrink. And they're based on that big critical mass to efficiently calculate their buffer so that the total cost of their use infrastructure plus the buffer will be efficient for their customers. And we've done the same thing. We've had enough critical mass in our pay per use system to be able to provide a buffer for our customers and to make the use of that buffer efficient so that the total cost will be optimal for our customers. Obviously, growth or the buffer you can use in a public cloud is practically unlimited, but the loads we're putting on the hybrid clouds are prepared to provide reasonable growth. VDI, for example, it's unusual to suddenly have 1,000 new users of VDI and you need 1,000 new desks overnight. And this type of environment and focusing on VDI because of COVID, you have to have contingency users that come in suddenly that have to work at home and have to have their desks, users that are mobile that suddenly need a desk that switches on and off. For that type of environment, a highly controlled local buffer is more than enough. And what else has worked very well? Adapting the solutions to workloads. Because from the beginning, one of the things we found is that when we deployed clouds on premise that were to become hybrid, there's a big difference between the public cloud and the private cloud. The public cloud accepts what's underneath as a workload pools. There's a pool and I consume it. And there's a concept that the prem also needs to have a single workload pool, and that isn't actually the case. You can have a private cloud with a prem that's a general purpose cloud and a generic pool, but you can also align those very specific workloads that required clouds with very specific stacks and offer it as a service. The secret here came from one of our leaders, the manager of the Green Lake office, who came to Zurich and said that one of the major growths was when they started to align with the market and to offer third-party workloads and to integrate that. And that's worked for us, looking for very simple solutions for very specific workloads. The world is hybrid, that's obvious, and those clouds will end up being hybrid clouds. And something that's worked for us too has been looking for efficiency in hybridization from the beginning. And this is somewhat unnatural, as we'll see later on. In a few years, so we won't be even talking about hybrid ID or hybrid clouds or hybrid computation. We just talk about computation or IT. This will be the way of hybridization. There won't be cloud computing, there'll just be computing, regardless of where those loads are physically executed. Another aspect, everything as a service, is not just the cloud environment, but this has meant that we've had to greatly modify our offer and our approach to the market. The cloud models spread as a service. This means that we can offer any workload, not just applications, anything that can be managed. And later on, we'll see a little example of this. And when we talk about managed, it's jointly managed with you. You tell us to what extent you want us to manage those loads. And we've also seen this because we started with loads where we wanted to start too high, and customers often wanted to have a lower level of control. So it's very important to be aligned and to find or to offer things that are aligned with the specific needs of each workload. These offers as a service have to be independent of the location. It would be a mistake to think about as a service on cloud, on-prem, on edge. It has to be across all clouds. You have to have the same management model on all clouds. You have to have the same cost model on all clouds, something we've also learned by trial and error. And one of the most interesting things in these as a service models is that it has democratized IT. As I said earlier, that public clouds made it possible for startups to use technology when they still didn't have enough critical mass to be able to have a data center and allow them to grow very quickly. As a service models are taking this to all environments. Let's imagine a company, any company that right now is starting to develop edge technology and doesn't have the critical mass to directly develop an edge, and they prefer to hire it as a service, or the private cloud concept or hybrid cloud concept is in itself. It's much easier, it's much economical to consider it a service and do away with all the difficulties underneath. And this means that very small companies can compete with very large companies. There are startups that are focused on their economic model because they just consume all their technology. And for us as a supplier, this is a headache because what we started as a year ago as ES or SaaS or PaaS ends up being everything, everything as a service. And offering everything is complex. It's very complex for us. It's very costly. We've had to develop very modular concepts, block concepts that enable us to integrate with the workloads you're asking for. It may be computation, pure infrastructure, just networks, just data, or storage, or virtual machines. What all suppliers would like, suppliers in any kind of cloud environment or as a service environment, we would like you to buy the highest level extraction, the transaction as a service, to buy the application as a service, because this is where we can provide more added value and where we can take a bigger piece of the pie. But in practice, each workload at each customer is different, and we've had to adapt. We've had to adapt by re-engineering our proposal to be extremely modular. This isn't easy. This is something that requires a lot of preparation and a lot of prior steps. The last point, which is closely related to all this, is edge. Edge is interesting in particular because many of the learnings we've had in the cloud concept comes from the distributed environments we had in edge. Edge or intelligent edge is defined as anything that is neither public or prem. Well, more strictly speaking, it's any environment where data is created, processed, analyzed, or stored, where something is done with data from our company and is not a core data center or public cloud. Edge has always existed.
El primer edge se podía considerar los terminales que se conectaban a los mainframe inicialmente. Bueno, eso abierto a discusión, ¿no? Pero el edge siempre ha existido. Y
there's an open discussion on this, and the interesting thing on LEDs is how things are evolving and how the LEDs are being used more. Well, half the loads are going to be run directly on edge. So just imagine what kind of impact that has for a company that was traditionally working with a data center, because all of a sudden this thing that is called edge could account for 50% of what you have or what you don't have if you're not capable of adapting sufficiently quickly. And this edge is also becoming mobile. And in the case of Santander, our host for this seminar, the edge of Santander, well, it would be a mobile phone, and each user has their own mobile banking office. That's where we generate data by interacting with the apps of Santander. And there we store data And this forms part of Edge, and it's becoming more and more mobile and more complex and more massive. It's growing a lot in importance, and 5G technologies are also going to produce a revolution. And it's also growing in the number of technologies that can be applied to that edge. The telephone is a wonderful example because of its computational capacities, but without going to something as extreme as a telephone, we can imagine that a typical data center server of 3 or 4 years ago had 16 cores and half a gig of RAM. In 2 or 3 years. It won't be risky to say that they will have 100 cores or 200 cores and several teras of RAM, and that in only one server we'll be able to run what we ran at a cluster in a data center. So in a small edge cluster, I'm going to have the same capability that I required for what I needed before, that is a data center. And this is enormous exponential growth for these workloads that are enabled by technology. And this is also conducive to new case users, and or user cases. And well, this is something you can see in this kind of computing applications. But what have we learned from Edge that can be applied to any cloud environment? Well, in our particular case, we learned many different things with a company that we have, and it's one of our companies that is called Arua. And they had these radio frequency locating devices at shopping centers, but this is always an IoT environment. It's an edge environment that is massively distributed. So when you have something that is massive, you need mass management, scaled management. In other words, you have to deploy new IT scaled models, which is something that's very similar to what we need when we have environments based on microservices that are distributed in a multiple cloud strategy with a public and a private cloud, and also Edge itself. And it's the concept of fleet management. And this was very handy. Well, this knowledge was very useful because we knew a company that was already working natively with Edge. And it also allowed us to understand how these apps had to be resilient, because it's something very similar to what happens when we have these Edge distributed environments. And I can't plan what's going to happen when a components fails. What happens when an Edge environment fails, or when an Edge device fails? And what about when a cloud device fails? I can't send a technical expert whenever I want to do an update in my God knows how many thousands of shops or branches or telephone users. So how can I manage, or how can I monitor, how can I design resilient applications? Well, this knowledge that we had before is very useful. But at the end of the day, this is a service that covers everything. So this edge knowledge has to be applied to the entire cloud model, end to end, from the edge to the cloud. And one of the most interesting things has to do with security, because traditional security was based on the physical location. And whatever was in my firewall was secure. If there are any security experts, you're going to crucify me. But if you want, you can crucify me during the workshop and I will be available so that you can kill me. But in any case, I'm being somewhat extreme. But what was in the firewall was secure. All security was based on a physical location. If a financial person was connected to a financial port, he was considered financial and had access to those services. If you, as a worker of a company, were connected to the guest Wi-Fi, you had access to the guest area, even if it was you and you were working for that company. So it doesn't make any difference. Who you were depended on where you were connected physically. And this has to change, of course, because the edge environments, and you can apply this knowledge to edge to cloud environments and multi-cloud environments, where applications jump between different environments, different clouds, and even between different countries where my clouds are present. But what we apply is a zero trust concept. And this is related to the fact that we're not only trying to obtain security where the user or the consumer is, the consumer of IT, but we need to know who that person is and how they're connecting. So the first thing we have to do is, well, associate identities to the devices, to the apps, to the users. We need to know we need you to tell us who you are, what application you're using, where you're connecting from, what it is you're doing. So all the information that you can include to give an identity to that app, to that transaction, or to that user. I'm going to give you an example of a person who's, I don't know, a risk analysis manager, for instance, and this forms part of the security frame. But if you're connecting from a mobile phone or from your laptop with your if you're connecting physically, but if you're in an unknown network, all of this has to be added on to the system. And this can also be applied to cloud applications if they're being run in one place or another. And these are applications that are being run in a controlled manner, in safe environment, or they are triggers that were completely unexpected. And what I do is provide access when I'm only sure that I know that it's going to work, and because we're going to have extreme monitoring. So if there's any divergence in relation to the expected behavior, I can do something about that situation and not have to remove an entire user segment, but only those users I believe are going to be problematic. And as I say, this has been very handy for many things we've seen in the industry, and we've applied this to the purchase of SPIFFY, or the Secure Production Identity Framework. But many times, knowledge is based on acquisition, of getting out your wallet and buying people that know about this. And what we have tried to do is find this end-to-end security from edge all the way to the public cloud, going through the data center in all aspects. And many of the cyber attacks we've seen are generated because what reaches the data center are non-secure sites, which is not the same thing that has been sent out from the factory. So security starts in the most physical layer of the supply chain, in the initial layer, and of how we can make sure that the physical system that I've manufactured is the physical system that is being installed in the correct site, or through specific certificates, or through passwords that we generate in the factory so that you can check the status of the hardware. Then we have the operating system, the driver, and the feeder. Whenever a machine is connected, you have to check everything so that when an app is run, and that app can say, I'm in an environment that I consider to be secure because all of the parameters that I have are correct. And that's when I can start to work. Then we have edge to cloud, which starts off at the edge and then goes back to the edge. As I say, the future models that we will possibly have are those in which the public and the private cloud will be hybrid, and they will also include the edge devices. You can see this in AI. And for instance, lots of intellectual property is being developed. A short time ago, we announced a sworn learning concept where this learning of AI models was run directly on the edge devices, but we can go beyond that, and we can use a part of the computation of the edge computing I have to run loads when they're not being used for something else. Let's think about lots of offices or branches that are closed at night, and load goes from the public and private clouds to these environments so that they can be used. And the environment is like a big pool. And then we have the most beautiful example of this can be found in the space-borne computer 2 that we sent this to the International Space Shuttle. And for the second time, well, there was a first space-borne project, but these are normal cloud servers, which are running a specific Azure system, which is called Azure Space, and they're running hybrid cloud loads where most of the data that can be run, that can be analyzed, taken to the International Space Shuttle, because this is one of the extreme environments where sending data to my data center on Earth is very expensive and very complex. And this is a beautiful project, and I would like you to encourage to look it up on the internet. And we hope that these machines will be in operation for at least 3 years. And what is being run right now are data offered by the different instruments and satellites, and even pilot projects and experiments related to health and the health condition of crew members, and even DNA sequencing. So that means that this could be applied to future moon visits and even Mars visits. So it's cloud computing to the remotest edge, but it's a standard procedure that wants to establish this end-to-end vision of the edge to cloud environments. And with this, I'm going to finish. And as I mentioned previously, I think that the orientation that I've given this is interesting because all companies are becoming technological firms. And the example of how we have had to transform ourselves in a very quick manner and how we've tested many things that haven't worked and things that have worked, where we've obtained knowledge on environments that we have acquired, which I think could also be relevant for you people so that you can understand our evolution in this industry and your evolution. And you've also seen the story that lies behind Logo and behind Hewlett Packard Enterprise. Don't forget to attend the workshops. I'll be there. Should you have any questions or should you have any doubts, I hope that this has been an interesting presentation. And if you want to get in touch with me, just send me an email and I'll be more than willing to answer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Frank. That was an excellent presentation as usual. And what you said about the space mission is very interesting. So we've gone not only to the cloud, but beyond the cloud too. But anyway, thank you very much. And it's been wonderful having you here today. Well, thank you. Let's only hope that you have an excellent day and that you will enjoy the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Buenos días de nuevo. Vuelvo a ser Santiago Arranz.
Hello, this is Santiago Arranz again, and we're now going to move on to the panel discussion. We're going to hold on how to add value to business through the DevOps strategies. We have Ventura Miguel, who's responsible for technology and operations at PowerNext. And as you know, this is a company of the Grupo Santander. Good morning, Ventura. Good morning, Santiago. How's everybody? How's everything? Well, it's great to be here with you guys today. So I'm going to give you the floor directly, and I hope that you will enjoy the panel discussion. Well, great. Well, let me kick off by thanking you for the invitation and for allowing us to have a good time together. And I would just like to make a very brief introduction. PowerNext, as Santiago pointed out, PowerNext is a Grupo de Santander company that is only a few months old, and in essence, well, let's say that we started to work just under 2 years ago. Or somebody said in one of the previous sessions that all companies are becoming technology companies. So we define ourselves as a tech company too. So what we're doing is providing new services. Many of them are disruptive that didn't exist in the world of payments, and we're using technologies that were equally new or pretty new for us in many of these environments. So we want to distinguish or differentiate ourselves based on the technology we use and because of the business services we offer. So we deliver technology, but technology for the business. And this is what is going to give now rise to the panel discussion. Pago Next, some figures for you. Although, as I said, we started off with different initiatives just about 2 years ago, and it's now about 1,500 people in the company, and it's 16 locations from San Francisco all the way to Chennai in India, or Porto Alegre in Sao Paulo in Brazil, or Munich in Germany. Well, I'm not going to give you the entire list, of course, but it's 16 locations. And we want to provide services by the end of this year to nearly 200,000 companies in the world of international business. And we want to reach out to 1.7 merchants. And our turnover, roughly 128 billion for merchants. And this is something that started a short time ago. But the truth is that we have a very significant ambition for this year. And I'm firmly convinced that this in part has been thanks to the possibility of creating new things with the new work methods that we have in relation to the world of clouds and of DevOps and Agile. I'm not going to say anything else in this introduction. I'm going to allow each of my colleagues to introduce themselves. And I'm going to start off with Diego. So you go ahead and introduce yourself, Diego. Well, thank you very much. Thanks a lot for inviting me to this panel discussion. I'm sure that it's going to be a very pleasant session. My name is Diego Duro, and I'm responsible for engineering at Santander Technology and Operations in Spain. And as regards my area of expertise, we're in charge of technological transformation of DevOps. And we're leading this change of this transformation we're trying to carry out in Santander to move on to this way of working. Okay, Bruno, what about you? Introduce yourself, please. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Bruno. I'm from PagoNext. I'm from the payment platform of Merchant Solutions, and therefore I'm responsible for everything that has to do with cloud computing, DevOps, cybersecurity, and networking and operations on this part of PagoNext. And as Ventura just pointed out, yes, we've been working since 2019 in this road to cloud, and it's incredible how much speed we've picked up, and we'll be talking about this during the event. Okay, well, thank you very much, Bruno. And now, Juan, your turn. Hello, it's great to be here. My name is Juan Laje, and I am working as the Principal Solutions Architecture at Amazon Web Services, and in particular, I'm working with global actors in the world of finance, both for banks and insurance firms, and I'm assisting them in adopting cloud with a very significant component for all of them, which has to do with the adoption of DevOps tools and culture. And it's great to be here with you today. Thank you very much, Juan. And what about you, David? David, please introduce yourself now. Hello, everybody. Thanks for inviting me. Well, I've been working in the field of IT for about 20 years. I was a programmer and have done many, many things in this field. And now I'm very focused on the world of recruiting, which I think is something that affects all of us. And I try to express or deliver my point of view on the world of DevOps in the current labor market. Great. Well, thanks a lot, David. Okay, well, to open the discussion, you can see that this has to do with how DevOps is transforming different companies that have been doing things in a specific manner. And I think that we all want to converge on these tech companies. We want to change the way things are done. And well, in this, David obviously will say something about this and consider whether companies are or are not giving any consideration to this. But Diego, I'm going to start off with you. Let's open fire with Santander. I don't have to explain the Grupo Santander, which is an enormous company with many systems that are undergoing a transformation. So how's this experience? What is this implementation process like at Santander? Well, in Santander, like practically everywhere, we were like in everything else, we always are somewhat lagging behind. This is like an ocean liner that's very difficult to move. But once we get going, it is true that we pick up speed very quickly, and the benefits soon appear in what we're trying to get done with this transformation. So, so there are several legs that we have in DevOps. We have the culture and the different ways of working and the technological branch or leg. And we try to address each and every one of them, although not all of them are traveling at the same speed, of course. And you know that with culture, it's always a little bit more complex because, you know, we're dealing with human beings and people are resistant to change and they don't want to do things differently. And I'd say that this goes a little bit slower. But we have accelerated a lot. We have managed to speed up what has to do with the ways of working and especially the technology. We've headed for the cloud. We've really reinforced that, and we've worked very hard to implement all the mechanisms and tools and automatisms, etc., that will allow us to use the new technologies with two main benefits for the business. That is time to market on the one hand, and on the other, a reduction or working more efficiently from an operational perspective. And we are more efficient. And this obviously means that you're reducing your time to market. And well, there's always a reduction of operating costs, which is another important thing. Well, you mentioned something, well, before I give the floor to your colleagues, that has to do with cultural change. And this is something that can not only be focused on tech, because cultural change means that this affects the entire organization, because how you are working, that is the business owners, all the way down to the person that is carrying out the final implementation, and represents a change covering the entire implementation cycle of a project. So do you think, well, sometimes this, when seen from outside, it seems that it's a problem for tech crazy guys that say a couple of things that only they are familiar with. So, what is it you think we can do? So, what is it we can do to achieve this cultural change? How can we get it out of the tech environment? Well, I think that obviously, this is how it starts because, well, there are many things that have to do with technology and business. Well, what we have to do, we have to see benefit or profit. And we have some pure business projects where the business is very involved with its product owners and its business owners, where they've gone covered 2 or 3 weeks in their cycles to implement something that they needed, and now it's only ours. And this is something they have perceived, and they say, "Oh, this makes sense," because these techies are not only doing technological stuff. So the more I become involved, the easier it is for my requirements to be sped up, etc., etc. So it's important for them to see the return on this, because at the beginning it's somewhat difficult. So, okay, so we have to demonstrate things by doing them. Well, perhaps we don't publicize this enough. That is the connection between the new way of working and the results. And I'm not going to say any more because I want to give the floor to the other speakers. To Bruno, you are a person that was working, well, in Brazil. And this kicked off in a company called with 2,000 people with an enormous level of success in the market. And in 4 years, well, it was in a very low position and now is in the top 3 of Brazil. And Brazil is a very large country. But you jumped. In other words, you were doing things in a specific manner, and all of a sudden you changed from one lane to another and you jumped into the supposedly fast lane. So, what is your experience? Well, yes, the transformation was very curious. And as Diego pointed out, it's the cultural change is much more important than the technological change, because both things will run alongside each other, but they have to support each other too. But basically, what we have is a situation in which all of the requirements for what we have to develop from the very beginning, when products and the trade are involved, well, it's not only the techs, it's everybody else. Everybody becomes involved. And this is how you can obtain a product. And when the product people start to see this, the cultural change is completely natural for them. And for us, Well, we have to adapt our speeds because we have several work streams that are operating or running at different speeds, because there are things that are slower and things that are more modern, that are much quicker, like microservices and APIs, and we have to converge all of these things. So this is where we have the major difficulty in this transformation. But as Ventura pointed out, I came from JetNet and I saw the growth and exponential growth of a company in 5 years. It obtained 15% of the Brazilian market share by performing thousands of transactions every day. And you can see the weight of the legacy, because sometimes, or at a given point in time, the weight of the legacy makes you become slower. And these new technologies have to allow you to advance. When in 2019, when we decided to take the GetNet story and make it international, we said, okay, let's do so in a modern manner. And then we decided to start to experiment with modern methods to address the future. But we were going to do all of this through data centers, because Santander has an enormous data center in Brazil, tier 4, fantastic. So the time to market in the project, well, in February, which was that point in time until November, we were going to receive all the closures, and from then on, we would then implement the developments. And the truth is that we moved into the cloud, and when November came along, we had customers operating in the platform. So the time to market was reduced a lot, and the cultural change had an influence on everything. And running is expensive, but I haven't got any idle time. I don't have machines waiting for new things, and I don't have to buy anything in advance, and I don't have any obsolescence involved either. So all of these things, all of this gives us speed, and also gives us the approach we need to improve architecture and the way we work. I was smiling because I don't know how the interpreters are going to translate some of the terms, but anyway, it's perfect. But I'm sure that we'll understand each other. Okay, Juan, at Amazon. Well, as we can see you, well, I know that you are far in the lead in relation to us because you were born as a tech company. So therefore, you have always been talking about these issues. But in your particular case, this evolution, how have you experienced it? And ours too, the customers, how are you experiencing this? Or what is your impression? Well, it is true. It is true that perhaps that we've already covered part of the way. And perhaps without really saying too many things, I could present three different angles. One of them has to do with Amazon, Amazon.com for the headquarters. Another one would be Amazon Web Services. And as you say, it was born with this culture. And then what we can see in the case of our customers. But to start off with Amazon, I think that, well, this impinges on what my colleagues pointed out before in terms of culture. Because if we look at Amazon from 2001 to 2009, there was a major transformation in the business. In 2002, there was a manifest, a legendary manifest from Jeff Bezos. And in it, he spoke about a microservice environment, but then after that, well, in the DevOps culture, what it's all about is destroying the silos and having a much closer cooperation between development, engineering, and deployments. And then we have the tools themselves, because at that point in time, we didn't have the tools, and many, many things were created. And they're the well-known pipelines that was done internally at Amazon. And the final outcome has brought about enormous growth of Amazon that has been sustained to a large extent by that change. And it's a company that has organizes more than 130,000 deployments per day, more than 50 million a year, which is fundamental. And Amazon Web Services was born with this premise, and in a way that would have been impossible should that not culture exist, because before perhaps we were talking about, in the case of web services, we're talking about 15 servers. And when you want to operate a cloud infrastructure, you need to have you have to stand many orders of magnitude above that. But perhaps from my point of view, the most interesting thing is what our customers are doing, as you pointed out. And the truth is that here when the culture of DevOps and the associated tools do allow you, generally speaking, and this is something that we have seen in many cases, it gives you a greater degree of agility for all companies, from startups to large corporations, technological or whatever, or manufactured like Qualcomm, where they've multiplied by 5 the number of deployments, or 3M, for instance. They've also reduced this from months to less than 1 week for their deployments.
Regulada, como es el caso de la industria de finanzas, ¿no? Donde hay un escrutinio muy
And
grande.
then in the case of finance and industries, the challenges are much more specific.
But we don't see the exception. I've directly worked with customers like Lebanese, for example, that work in the area of credit insurance, part of the Alliance Group, where they've made a very big effort regarding roles, hiring, culture, and tools for the DevOps, and the results coincide: greater agility, deploying 5 or 6 mainstream services per year, and then the reliability they've achieved. The fact that in their accounts there's no human intervention. They just use automation and strictly following the DevOps principles. And this has been translated into greater service availability and reliability. So these are patterns we see in all sectors and in all companies. You named two issues that I think are basic to understand how DevOps affects, makes more agile, improves and ensures the quality of our deliveries. You've named automation and you've named testing. Automation in a more complex environment, when you do something very small and very clearly defined, maybe you don't think about it. But when you start to think about scalability and you start to talk about continuous delivery, if you forget about the automation step, you're going to be inefficient and you're not going to achieve your goals. So I think that this should be understood not just by us, but outwardly. The way of automating and ensuring testing means that we need to know what we want to automate and what we want to test. And that's the only complete cycle that can ensure some of the things you're saying, right? That's it. And the ultimate aim is still the business, because you automate to be more agile and you also automate the testing side. And even perhaps go as far as chaos engineering in order to come to a much better business continuity. The goal is always the business, and the DevOps transformation is basic, it's instrumental. I would like to add something, and this is something that we've seen in our historical results. Everything we build together with automated testing and all the necessary quality scans. The pipeline is zero touch, no human intervention, and the environments change during all the necessary quality scans, security scans, and all the automated testing. We do thousands of automated tests. Of course, there are integration testing that still needs more automation, and they're a little bit more complex, but progress is being made. Something that's very important, we talk a lot about DevOps, but the sec in the middle, DevSecOps, is also extremely important. Theoretically, in the hacking is something that you put at the end, you do the penetration test to make sure it's all right, and you publish your service on the internet. We change that slightly. We do the sec together with the dev. So we have an ethical hacking team looking at, from the beginning, security by design of the applications. So the applications are being developed and their logic is being tested before the product is ended, and we correct it as we go along. And this greatly reduced the delivery time. A delivery has at least 2 weeks of ethical hacking at the end that we've cut back, plus the correction time. So it's a change in the whole pipeline that's very important to be more agile. And that's what's guaranteed at the end of the day. Thank you, Bruno. Let me hand over to David. David, from your company, from Manfred. You're constantly receiving requests from other companies. How does the market understand the need for DevOps? What's your perception? Well, it's I'm very curious. There's a continuous tension, let's say, or a debate in the community at the companies to define DevOps a little bit, as Juan said, a culture, a skill, a superpower that programmers have to have, and on the other hand, a role. It's true that programmers are pushing more and more to integrate DevOps in their toolbox, and the companies, and we're all the same. We're looking for more specialists, and they want that DevOps figure, a developer, a technician that's very much focused on DevOps. And I think that virtue is in the middle ground. DevOps has to be something that permeates the whole structure, the whole development culture, what Bruno said. But in the end, there are people, especially in bigger structures, not in startups so much, but there are people that have to focus on cleaning it all up. And at companies, all is very complicated, all sounds terrible. And what are you talking to me about? I have to have a whole set of automated tests, etc. But I think that this panel should help us to put into context where we come from. In the remote past, I also worked in banking, and to change text column from 8 characters to 12, I was given 2 weeks. And we're talking about breaking those silos. Development on the one hand, I do my code and forget about it. I have nothing to do with it, and we'll see what happens. And we need to break that silo with systems. And I think that's what DevOps has done. I think the market has understood it perfectly well, has understood all the advantages, and they are very positive positions. And you bring up something here which I think is also very interesting. And it's a discussion we have in companies, evolution versus transformation. Why do I say this? Because when somebody changes 2 weeks to change a text column, from there to taking minutes or taking 2 weeks to deliver a major product, that is a major transformation. I have solution A, where I take 2 weeks to change a text. I'm going to change the way I provide services, and then I'll see how the service I was providing over here can be provided somewhere else. But this is a major debate to be held at companies. Is it a matter of saying, bringing somebody from DevOps to see how I can reduce the 2 weeks I take to change a text column, or bringing somebody from DevOps to work in parallel? What's the aim at your company? More evolution, transformation? Well, of course, we have two types of companies. Startups are companies that start from scratch. Well, there's no discussion there. Anybody that's worked with physical iron, with hardware, you have to wait for the hardware to come in to put it on the rack. There's no discussion whatsoever. I would say that none of the customers we have don't consider jumping to cloud, DevOps, and the rest. And regarding bigger companies that are already established, it's a little bit what you said. They're more like, let's start a separate line, and in the end, through osmosis, everybody will tend to go in that direction. when we talk about large companies, they have their own inertia, their own culture. And the best way of changing it is for the guy that's changing the column from 8 to 12 characters to say, I want to do this. I don't want to be the gatekeeper changing things manually on the database. I want to do something cooler and look at what they're doing. So that's how they usually start. Let's start with something smaller and then take the lead. Well, in our case, and it's not the only case I know, obviously, I've talked to other companies about how they're doing it, but you touched on another very interesting point. This is a major lever for internal motivation today. We're growing a lot, but there were people that were working in a certain way. And once we've proved that something can be done and you show a result, you can't do anything without a PowerPoint. But once you've proven that you can do something, and there are people that say, I don't want to work this way anymore, I want to work that way. DevOps. This happens in such a big animal like Santander, where for a long time you're going to have a coexistence between what we were saying about changing the column or people working in the new technologies. This is part of the big challenge when you're carrying out this cultural transformation. There isn't the same speed. There are projects that start from scratch or that use technologies that are easier to transform. This used to be done in a Westfield format. I'm going to take it to a microservice because it's much easier. Or there are other projects that have to be maintained, because let's not forget that the bank opens every day, that the customers look at their accounts every day, they make payments, and they're more based on COBOL, they're more based on more traditional databases, they're not so easy to transform, and they're big monsters, they're not little databases or systems, and the transformation speed or having the opportunity of everybody being able to say, I want to work like my colleague does, but how can I do it? Because my technology is more complicated. So that's where we have to establish a balance a little bit for everyone. What's come out in the debate is that we believe in it. It's true. It works. We're all convinced. And I open the question to anyone. How do we measure it? Since we have to prove it, as we said at the beginning, and this is true, how can we measure something? Because we all have stories, and Bruno was saying, we've taken the same time to have the first productive customer in Mexico from a cloud that was in blue in Virginia. We've had the first productive customer in the first time, in the same time they were going to take to serve the infrastructure in Brazil. So I'll open the discussion. How can we measure to prove that this should be a cultural change throughout the entire organization? Any suggestions, any comments? The method itself that accompanies DevOps and cloud and all this, that people end up setting up together, the agile methods of Save, Scrum, etc., give you a different visibility. And we suffer this at the beginning of the project because we're all used to living with the previous project manager methods of having an enormous gun and looking at things landmark by landmark. And when you start to have a number of things running in parallel, and every 2 weeks I have an outcome, and every 2 weeks I can present the week's progress. And as you make small readjustments for the next sprints, and you bring in the business people, and you see what's being built instead of leaving a letter of intent as to what's going to be done with the project in 6 months. I think that gives us a perception of more speed. How do you measure? You measure the number of features that you're delivering to each sprint and the increase. This is what really brings value to the business. The more features I can deliver to the business, or improve my product, or improve my efficiency. This is how we're going to measure it. And I think that it's a fairly healthy exercise to do it from time to time. When Bruno speaks, you can see that we're bringing in younger and younger people to the debate, because we can hear your baby, Bruno, but don't talk to him about these things or he won't be able to sleep. Yeah, he was really born in the cloud completely. I wanted to say something that's done at Amazon. But as Bruno said, there are indicators that can be used on a business level regarding the speed of deployment of new functions, etc., or also quality and availability criteria. But something they do at Amazon, for example, is that there's a satisfaction survey and patterns of use done with developers on a regular basis, and which is visible at the highest executive level. And this is another way of measuring the impact and the adoption we have in the culture. We always look to establish what we call mechanisms to automate the way we work. And these mechanisms always have the tool, the goal, and the measurement. Usually with surveys that verify the adoption of these practices, because the end DevOps is a matter of shared responsibility, and accepting that that responsibility is shared, and understanding, as Diego said earlier, that there are organizations and certain applications where it's much more difficult. For example, we always try to find out where the customer is in that sense. But whenever it's possible, it's good to verify that there's an adoption and that it has a positive impact, that people see it and want to go in that direction. And we do it through these internal surveys, and with the visibility of those surveys within the structure. Juan, this isn't a criticism, but sometimes I get the feeling that the rationale regarding your customers is that the cloud is much cheaper, and we look more at the cost than the contribution to the business, which is where I think, or at least that's my experience, where you can really obtain an enormous added value. When we started to think about cloud, it was, well, okay, we believe that this is going to be cheaper and I'm going to have it sooner. But this is more cost related, but not related to the speed with which I can deliver to my business. As Bruno said, twice every 2 days, or as you said, several times a day. And I think that we all need to change this in the way we see or explain the advantages. What do you think? I completely agree. It's a very good comment. And yes, I absolutely agree. I think that the benefit lies in the speed, in the agility, and to continue with the issue of DevOps and automation and so on. That speed cannot and shouldn't be obtained at the expense of quality. But I absolutely agree. The first approach and the first comparison is always focused on costs. And yes, perhaps the infrastructure is available more quickly, but seen from the point of view of how much I can save with that, and I agree, that's not the right approach. The great value lies in the speed to market. What David said earlier, when you're told, I need 3 DevOps, can you say, wait, you need N different positions to be able to transform your whole process, which isn't just DevOps? Is there this duality between position and function in the organization? Do companies want to listen to you or not? With Juan, we talk about cost, and with you, we talk about DevOps, which I think is something we need to change at the companies too. What's your view? I think that David dotted the T's. We have to talk about the transformational aspect, how the organization has to evolve in its roles and the cultural side. I think that this is a fundamental debate. I agree with David's position of finding a middle ground, because it's true that the DevOps function has to exist, because people that are developing front end are very accustomed to the new mainframes, the new libraries, and we can't all be so up to date on the DevOps tools. And that specialization is needed to know what's the latest and the best to be able to continue with the best practices. But it has to be mainstream too. So there's part of the role that we all need to be involved in. But it's a debate that affects us all and all companies. And David, do you have the opportunity of having this conversation with the companies or not? In other words, when they ask you for a station, for this to work, do you have to create a role or not? Well, we're privileged because we're technicians, and we usually talk directly to CTO and so on, and they usually do listen to us. But this is science fiction. Imagine if a recruiter comes in and says to the CTO, no, you've got it wrong. And what happens to us doesn't usually happen. We're in a privileged position, but it's quite simple to convince them. You were asking earlier about what is the metrics for success, and the metrics for success are quite simple. And this might sound pretty rough. How many people need to be run over by a truck to stop the company? And before I worked with the typical watchman at the gate to allow a release. The release concept no longer exists. I want something immediately, not in a month's time or in 5 days or 5 hours. I want it right away. And whoever develops the patch, I want them to take it directly up to production. But when you say this, what do you mean? That any programmer can be able to go with a patch to production? And the answer is yes. And if you're not capable of doing that, there's something missing. What do you have to add? Everything we've discussed in this panel discussion. Automatic testing embedded in the process itself, so that when there's a commit, even if you do it on purpose, you know it's not going to get to production because you've set up the infrastructure. So that's the sale point, and it's quite easy to sell. Everybody can see the advantages compared to on the 14th, we're bringing out version 3.0. That is a thing of the past. You referred to something. We're making payments. We're making ultra-sensitive payments. And it has to be resolved in real time, as you said, if there's a bug. So I can't wait for processes, and I've experienced this in-house, change management, when they said 2 days without a service or 1 day without a service, or 6 hours if it's quick. But shutting down a payment service for 6 hours is a drama, especially for the customers that in the end receive the service. So I can only say you're right. And I come back to a subject that I think we've also touched upon, and which is another conditioning factor in our case, and that businesses should know. It's very difficult to consider yourself to be global and scale up if all this is not embedded. And I use Bruno as an example because I know him. He has a service for Mexico, a service for Argentina. He's going to start to provide a service for other countries in Europe. And without automation, without pipeline management, without testing, this is impossible. I used to work on projects in the past, and they were immense in cost, years, effort, etc., etc. So it's all advantages. It's obvious. And Diego, I come back to you. Of all this we're discussing, you're one of the engines that have to make this happen while the bank opens every day. and people go into the branch to look at their bank balance, and you have to provide it. And as David says, there's no discussion when I work with a startup or a tech company, but there are companies where you still have to convince the CTO. That's part of the big challenge, doing it on a large scale. One can probably teach us more lessons because they're much bigger. But it's not so easy to convince people that I have a bug and I have to sort it out right away, because I may not have one service, I have two. And we have multiple services, multiple applications, they're all regulated, and they are all critical. So it's not just a matter of what I can do technologically. As a bank, I don't want to have an impact on my customer through two different channels at the same time. It's unlikely because I have automated testing and many other things, but it can go wrong. So I can't afford the luxury of a customer not be able to look at their balance on the mobile phone and on the website at the same time. So I have to combine not just technology and pipeline, but also distributed processes so that we won't use that agility in the usual change management process. But these distributed processes that provide a global view of everything that's happening throughout the company in order to avoid changes that could have an impact on the customer on the critical channels. You don't touch payments at the same time you touch cards or this sort of thing. And this is a major challenge for us right now. Very good. I think that we can carry on talking about this for some time between us, but we're running out of time. So I'd like to end with a couple of suggestions. And one of them is for everybody in this kind of forum. We have to find a space to attract businesses and discuss in business terms what is being said and what we ask them as part of this cycle. And here we're mobilizing our product and technology communities. I think it's extremely important to find that space. I think it's extremely important to find a space where we can share. And Juan, you have a lot of customers. So let's share not just in endogamic or closed communities, but also in communities that are open to the world. Let's share these experiences with specific subjects, including the business managers. And this will make life easier for David when he talks to a company, for Bruno when he sees how others make improvements, for Juan because they'll no longer talk about cost. Well, no, we'll continue talking about cost with you. I'm absolutely sure of that. And Diego, because I think in organizations that are undergoing a transformation, I think it's very useful to bring in real transformations and for people to know Bruno, David, and Juan, and many others that can help. Any comments from your side? I think we've run out of time, but I don't know whether you'd like to add any comments. No, I'd just like to thank you for the panel discussion, a lot of many good insights. And finally, all this works very well. When we think about services, we have to provide certain services to product development. We have to provide services to the product owners and the merchants or the traders that are using your services. And this starts by automating as much as possible, leaving everything controlled by work hills, and having a lean structure to do it. The easier things are, the quicker they're going to be. And there you'll be able to have your CI/CD, but always looking at all points. It's not that I'm going to forget about security because I have to be quick, or I'm not going to skip a couple of tests where you can find yourself crashing into a wall. Very good. Nothing else. Well, once again, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity of having this pleasant discussion together. And I hope we've done a good job and we'll be asked to come back. And if it's physically together, so much the better. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Goodbye.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por vuestra participación.
Well, thanks very much to everyone for your participation. A very interesting panel discussion. We're now going to have a 1-hour break in the main room, but we'll be back at 2 o'clock with IBM presentations from other sponsors. In room 2 and 3, we'll continue with 30 and 15-minute presentations that you can connect to, as well as the workshops that the sponsors have in each of their rooms. Thank you very much for following the event.
Hello, I'm Ben Nichols, an Agile coach working at Santander UK. Good afternoon and welcome back to the conference this afternoon. Along with my colleague Charles Haramoto, we'll guide you through this afternoon's DevOps Clouds conference, where we have an exciting lineup of keynote speakers in this virtual room. Before we start, could I ask that if you have any questions, please use the chat to ask them, and we will answer them at the end of the keynote. I'm pleased to introduce our first special guest, Rashik Parmar, who is an IBM Fellow and Vice President of Technology for Europe. Hello, Rashik. Are you there? How are you?
Yep. Hi, Ben. Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We are very grateful and happy to have you with us here today. So Rashik is an IBM Fellow, Vice President responsible for creating and driving IBM's European technical strategy. His focus is on helping clients on their journey to become cognitive enterprise, leveraging cloud, AI and Internet of Things technologies whilst creating a dependable IT platform. Drawing on 36 years of practical experience in IBM, he's uniquely placed in developing strategies that are realistic and whilst providing tangible business impact. He's worked with financial, retail and manufacturing clients on IT transformation projects of all sizes. Rashik was awarded an MBE, Member of the Order of the British Empire, as part of Queen Elizabeth's 90th birthday honours. His contribution to business and innovation. Congratulations, Rashik, on that. That's a big honour for you. This afternoon, then, the topic of Rashik's talk is Unlocking the Transformational Potential of Hybrid Cloud. And it's over to you, Rashik.
Thanks, Ben, and welcome everybody. Delighted to share some perspectives here. And you know, as we think about this whole journey of hybrid cloud, it's about really leveraging that to create the kind of impact that organizations and businesses need. And to explore that, you know, there's a couple of links there to blogs as well. So I've been blogging about leadership in the digital economy for some time. More than welcome to go look at some blogs there. And this is also a personal journey as well. So I think it's a transformation journey for people in society. And the Sunday Sprinkles blog is really looking at in search of the sweetness in life, which is part of this journey as well, I think. But the way I'm going to do this is really look at 7 questions. You know, how does hybrid cloud really enable that transformation? And then as we start to go down that journey, what kind of outcomes can you really expect? What's really possible? And as you go down this journey and you start understanding the outcomes, how do the business models change? Because actually there's a business model change that really unlocks this. And as we go through that business model change, what kind of work do people do? What does a business look like? What's an enterprise actually look like? And then you're going to start thinking about, okay, that's all great, but where do I place the bets? Where are the technology investments that we need to make? And then on that journey, are there things that we should be doing to really cater for and cope with some of the challenges that we have in the broader context? And yes, as I start to think about this journey, the first thing that comes to mind is actually an image from a BBC movie called Dynasties. It's actually a series, and it's done by David Attenborough, and it really looks at life in the jungle, life in the wild. And there's this tremendous image here of a bunch of hyenas attacking a lion. And the reason I bring this picture out is the transformational effect of hybrid cloud is really, it provides an opportunity for startups, for fintechs, for small organizations to behave and attack like large corporates and really attack established institutions. And so the fundamental challenge is, how do you start to use that, whether you're a fintech, whether you're a big business, you're an emerging business, how do you cope with that? And that image of the hyenas attacking what is the king of the jungle is one that I think comes back to us more and more. And so as you start to think through this, one of the pieces that I've understood is that there are actually 3 fundamental laws of digitization that are taking place. And often we don't really bring these to life. And those 3 laws are really at the heart of how digitization is happening. The first one maybe seems obvious, you know, whatever can be digitized will be. You might think that's obvious, but actually that's an important fundamental point. The fact is that many things in society still can't be digitized. You know, today, when we turn on the tap, we expect water to flow, but we don't think that behind that water flowing is a whole bunch of digitization that makes that possible. In the same way, when we go to a cash machine, we take money out, we expect that money to be able to come out, or we go and do an electronic transaction with an RFID or whatever, that we expect that to take place. That only takes place because that digitization happened. But what else also happens when we go down this digitization journey is the value of the thing that's being digitized tends to become free. We've seen that in music, we've seen that in videos, we've seen that in books. We're now seeing that in daily life, right? So you think about the notion of how the biggest organization like Uber and so on, they don't have any assets, but and yet they start to decimate and really transform business. And the key to this is understanding that data allows that new value to take place. And so if you think about the taxi example, right, very simple example, 10 years ago when we'd phone for a taxi, the person at the other end of the phone would say the taxi's going to arrive in 10 minutes. And you knew at best that was a guess, at worst it was a lie. You didn't know where it was on that journey. And really it was Uber coming along and those kind of organizations that allowed digitization to put the map of the reality there, the traffic patterns and so on, and give you that view. So as you start to think about these are three laws that you need to keep in mind, and they really form the foundation for how we see digitization happening. But as you kind of think through this and say, right, we're actually in a very difficult moment in society because COVID has come along in a very unexpected way. We're seeing digitization continue to transform all aspects of our economy and our life. And there are some big fundamental issues like sustainability that we need to cope with and manage. And so as you think through how that digitization takes place, it's about us understanding there are three fundamental outcomes that we're trying to achieve. The first one is, how do I survive? How do I ensure that I can continue to deliver the value that I need? So how do I leverage the new data that I get from digitization to increase customer intimacy? So when I look at things like what the Standard Bank of India did, they started to reimagine the customer relationship. And the notion of YONO, you only need one thing, means that they simplify the life for a customer. They make it really easy. That's why they're able to get 9 million logons every day. I mean, that kind of simplification and customer intimacy and understanding the issues from the end user perspective is fundamental to this journey. The second part of the journey is simplification, and you look at many of the programs that banks are using, driving around the world. They're using this next wave of hybrid cloud and transformation to really simplify the IT landscape. The IT landscape has become very, very complex. Compliance and regulated compliance becomes a massive issue, and the work that we're doing, Bank of America using the FSS cloud, for example, really starts to simplify that and provide a unified and consistent way of understanding all aspects of regulation. And that simplification really makes it possible for us to increase the effectiveness of the business and also increase the efficiency of the business. And the last part is they're using this hybrid cloud as a way of really finding things that are unique, finding an outcome that's unique for business, and then just super scaling that. And if you want to see more of that, by the way, on all the slides, I'm sure you get access to all the slides, you'll see links, and those links will go to more details on what I'm talking about. But as you start to think through these and say, okay, now so I get the outcomes, I get this notion that it's a jungle out there and we've got to survive. But what is it? How is the new value created? How is the new business model actually emerge from this? And this is where work that we've done over the last few years kind of brings this to life. And I published it actually in a Harvard Business Review article in 2014. You might think, well, that's a long time ago, but actually it's interesting that these are still prevalent. And so when you start to think about the transformation, you see that as the banks really and banking systems pervade all aspects of society, these new business models are fueled by new technologies and also provide tremendous new opportunities for institutions, banking institutions like yourselves. And so the notion of taking a physical product and using connectivity, sensors, and so on, augmenting that product with new capabilities, new intelligence, if you like, allows you to change the relationship with that product. And you see that in things like autonomous vehicles. You see that in smart TVs, smart appliances, smart homes, and that whole smarter journeys is really in that space. And so the opportunity to create new services based on the intelligence that you have on those products. And that the transformation of that business model from being a manufacturer to really being a service provider based on the services that you can augment their physical products with is kind of fundamental. The second example, and the second model change is anything that people do is gradually being automated, and that automation really creates completely new ways of interacting and creates new levels of efficiency. And you see that from things like the retailers and the Amazons creating peopleless stores, no checkout stores, or you see that in things like HR services, which are being provided as a service on the cloud. So in essence, the processes that are manual today gradually are being automated, and they're being put into the cloud, and the cloud, they're really there as a digital process. And the challenge is who becomes a digital platform that makes that possible. The third pattern that we see is when you take a value chain that spans multiple organizational boundaries, then there's automatic inefficiency in those boundaries. And by bringing the value chain together, by bringing a trusted data source across that value chain, you're able to automate across the value chain and really transform that. And the work that we've done suggests there's probably about $4 trillion a year wasted because of inefficiency between organizational boundaries. Now, the notion of blockchain, and we see that, for example, with trade finance, the work that we're doing with Maersk and other shipping companies and traders, there's each of those processes fraught with challenge because of the paperwork and the underlying disconnects between those processes. But by bringing the TradeLens platform on a blockchain structure, we're able to create a trusted data source, and you start to be able to transform that. Similar with Food Trust, where we have a chain which helps us understand the provenance of the food and the authenticity of the food and understand all aspects of that, really transforms that. The fourth pattern says that any data that you have in the business can be a tradable asset. And we see that in many, many aspects. So we see that in, for example, weather company sharing the weather data, or we see that in telcos who are taking mobile phone data and understanding where the location and trajectory of that phone really becomes a tradable asset and becomes high resolution traffic data sold to car manufacturers or satellite navigation providers. The final pattern says that anything that you have as a physical thing, by creating a digital representation of that, you can create completely new interaction patterns, you create completely new value. And that's really where things like Airbnb and Uber, as I talked about before, really become the underlying pattern. So this chart kind of gives you a summary, and the paper actually goes into a lot more detail in that. But the notion that each of those models are very simple to get your head around, and you can start to see how, as the business model changes, there's a tremendous new opportunity that emerges. And as you start to think through that opportunity that emerges, you start to say, well, okay, what's really going on here? How is that being made possible? And one of the things that IBM's been doing a lot of is we've built a kind of an understanding of how technology is advancing. And we're actually at a fundamental shift in technology, which is around accelerated discovery. So you can see how science has changed and made that possible. So the empirical science that we had in the proven renaissance area, going through theoretical, computational, and we've just kind of coming through the big data era where we're using machine learning and patterns and so on. We're now at a point where accelerated discovery, really using the hybrid cloud platform, using new levels of automation, using new kinds of ways of really driving the scientific knowledge we have, using AI to help us build those hypotheses, and testing that in the marketplace allows us to create completely new interaction patterns and new business models and new use cases. And so we certainly believe, and IBM Research kind of has a really good view on that. We're at a pivotal point. So we've moved away from the kind of data-driven organization to an AI-driven organization, to one that really is discovery-driven. And that's made possible because of the advances we've had in technology so far. And those advances really fall into three broad buckets, right? There's the use of traditional IT, so use of things like von Neumann structures and traditional programming techniques, which have really helped us. We've also seen the emergence of AI and how AI really helps us drive down the amount of human intervention and draw insight from the vast amounts of data. Just to give you some metrics there, from an IT perspective, we went past 1 billion transistors to every human alive back in 2012. And today we have something like 40 exabytes, so 10 to the 23 bytes of data out there. And the only way we can make use of that and understand that is using techniques such as fast ingestion and then driving that to 100 times faster using some of the hybrid cloud capabilities that we have. Or we start to use AI and quantum, which is emerging, which allows us to accelerate some of the design processes and some of the kind of idea generation processes that we have. And these really help us start to test new ideas, start to drive that innovation in ways that we hadn't done before. And so the combination of the hybrid cloud, access to AI and quantum and bringing the data together, it's not any one of these is going to make this possible. It's actually the combination that makes this possible. And what that takes us to is that we actually reimagine what people will do in the workplace, right? And it really has to be very carefully considered here, because the emergence of work in the world is people want to progress, people want to be driving new things. And so we see new kind of work coming on. We refer to it as kind of new collar work, and that work is very much outcome led. It's very unpredictable, so we don't know how much demand we have. It's actually difficult to capacity plan people and so on. And it's about creating new business models. So the bulk of the work will be around those, and there will be new working practices, and we'll see more of that as we go forward of using agile techniques, lean startup techniques and so on, being much more data savvy. So being able and comfortable to understand the plethora and complexity of the data we have out there, and starting to use real creativity. So trying to really leverage the insights from people. And you see that in many of the sort of banking examples that we have. So if you look at some of the chatbots that we've built with people like Credit Mutual or NatWest, we've really reimagined the way in which customers interact with the bank and the organization through chat interfaces, which are very natural, right? The creativity that we've driven out of those examples really makes it fascinating. But that's all being made possible because the people working those projects have some new values. They're looking to do things which are meaningful. Right? They're trying to really understand what the customer cares about, understand what the issues the customer has, and start to do things which create real value for the customer. And that's why they're looking at real metrics that matter to them, metrics around helping the customer cope with some of the challenges they've had during the COVID times, coping with some of the underlying issues of deprivation that exists in societies and so on. At the same time, what we're finding more and more is people want to have inclusive teams, and that inclusive team is kind of fundamental to really bringing the breadth of understanding. So when we talk about diversity and inclusion, this isn't a nice to have, it's kind of fundamental to us being able to have the breadth of understanding of the client context and ensuring all those ideas are in our projects so that we create the solutions that really matter to everybody. And so creating inclusive teams is kind of critically important to us. So that gives you a feel for how new work comes about. But then, what does the business look like? What's an enterprise look like? And again, we've given a lot of thought to this. And very recently, the Institute of Business Value published a paper which talks about virtual enterprises. And this really requires a bit of thinking. When we look through how those new patterns and how those new business models change, how we create value and how we deliver value, it's kind of really fundamental to think through what is the enterprise. And the virtual enterprise is one that really has a pervasive boundary. It's not tied to a building or within an organization. It's actually connected through the networks. It really becomes a platform that provides unique value to the value chains that it serves. And those platforms are really market making. They're starting to reimagine what the consumer needs and use that platform to then drive that forward. Underneath that, the organizations are very much science and data led, and they're driving innovation by drawing down insights from the data, drawing down insights and uncovering those insights that make sense. And then they're taking those insights and workflows to create this kind of golden thread of how we create value for the customer. And a big part of that is making sure that you really understand what the customer needs. And the notion we see here is it's finding the things that really solve the friction that exists in society it's what exists for the individual. It's about understanding that this person, when they're buying this house, buying this product, needing this financial service, they need it in this kind of way. And understanding their context, using that data to understand their context and making it meaningful but not creepy. And that's a kind of fine balance. And what we're seeing through this innovation is really leveraging that. So let me give you an example. So when we look at using the breadth of data we have from social media, today it's very easy to use kind of 300 words of that, and you could start to understand the psychometric profile for an individual. That psychometric profile gives you a very clear understanding of the needs and wants and the language that would appeal to that person. You can also start to use some of the AI to understand their full context and make a much more considered proposal to them and make that meaningful. And that's really what this is about. The workflows need to have that AI insight infused in them. At the same time, there are some fundamental issues that we have to worry about. So it's making sure that what we derive is sustainable and has enduring impact. And people are very much aligned to the kind of environmental and social and societal aspects of what they're doing. And so the virtual enterprise has to have that kind of notion as a central to what they're doing. At the same time, there needs to be this very, real seamless interaction between human and technology. And that kind of seamless, empowered experiences is what this is about. And it's not just technology for the customer, it's also technology for the employee. How do we liberate that employee and remove some of the routine drudgery that they have and make it possible for them to be creative, to be able to reimagine their role and constantly innovate what they're doing. And that's all built on this open, secure, hybrid network. Now, bear in mind that these systems are tremendously vulnerable because you've got so many perpetrators trying to get to them, right? And so you've got to build this on a kind of zero trust platform. You've got to have all the security mechanisms, and it's a kind of arms race between the cloud provider and the perpetrators, and we're trying to stay one step ahead. So leveraging that kind of open, secure, dependable, platform is key. And that's why you see a lot of our work going on things like confidential computing and some of those kind of techniques which help us kind of stay one step ahead of those perpetrators. So this these building blocks really provide the framework for a virtual enterprise. And as you start to think through this and say, okay, why that makes sense, but how do we as IT professionals help make that possible? And this is really where we took insights from 100 CTOs. So over the last year, we interviewed 100 CTOs across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And we were asking a range of questions from, where are you placing your technology decisions? How are you thinking about the IT architectures that will serve the business going forward? How are you imagining the value that you're going to deliver to the business? And we were actually quite cheeky in there. We asked things like, what decisions were you really able to make? What decision do you regret making? Do you have the authority and ability to drive those decisions? And the insights were fascinating. And what came from that was this really simple framework we saw of most CTOs are starting and really driving the hybrid multi-cloud. They recognize that one cloud doesn't serve all the needs. So they need to have that multiple hybrid platform. They need to have that ability to it's not about workload movement. It's about being able to integrate across those layers, right? And it's about being able to have choice with consistency across those. And that choice and consistency really comes from this notion of microservices and containers together. So microservices really become the developer view of how we manage those, those concerns and the needs of the users and the way we provide the function. At the same time, containers provides a way of automating and simplify the automation and really driving down the efficiency and effectiveness of how we keep that service running. So those two things kind of come together as a platform, which then opens up the way of creating this new layer, which we refer to as cloud services integration. The CTO is really looking at how do I isolate myself from the ways in which the service is provided, whether it's provided by a SaaS offering on the cloud or whether it's something that my team have built and run by themselves, whatever, but keep that consistent layer. And at the same time, they want to be able to infuse insights, so be able to walk up that AI ladder, bring together all the data that they have in the business and available to them aside the business, be able to use and create the right kind of models, draw the insight and make that insight available in the right way to be able to build those intelligent workflows. And so at the top end, they really want to build intelligent workflows that cope with the broadest set of demands, create the productivity for the business, create the performance of the employees so they can drive that forward, and also start to increase the predictability of the business outcomes. And then two big elements along the side is how do we automate all the aspects of operations, creating the observability platform so we can see this as a unified, well understood IT landscape and be able to run that and cope with all the challenges we have along that, and then also manage the security and privacy. So not just managing the perpetrators, but also ensuring that we're delivering on the regulatory needs of coping with GDPR or the prevalent data protection rules, preparing for Gaia X and all those kind of things. So this is the kind of overall 7 key decisions I would say that CTOs are making. But what came out of that was some other pieces which was fascinating, and what we saw was CTOs had a set of anxieties that they struggled to put words to, and they were saying things like, am I doing enough to reduce the carbon footprint of my data centers? Am I doing enough to ensure that I'm being sustainable in the way I'm using my infrastructure? As I create my code, is it really secure and dependable? Are there unintended consequences from the way we're using the data? Is the AI that we have really explainable? Are the systems really inclusive, and do they have some unintended bias in there? Have we got the right kind of responsible impact? And so from those insights, what we've created here is a framework, and this framework we refer to as responsible computing. We believe that most IT professionals and IT organizations want to be a responsible computing provider for the users, the employees, the colleagues, etc., that they serve. And what we're trying to do with this framework is to really define this in a way which is understandable, implementable, and really steps up the professionalism of the IT industry. And this for me is a fascinating piece. So as we think about the transformation from a hybrid cloud provider to the enabler of new kind of business outcomes, this is the kind of framework that we have. So help those 7 questions and how we've been through this kind of notion of how IT can really be the transformational engine for the business and really help organizations become that hybrid virtual enterprise that pervades the value chain and becomes a platform that we depend on and really serves the needs of the society. So with that, I'm going to close and I'm going to open up some questions. So Ben, do we want to have some questions here?
Hi, Rashik. I'm not seeing any questions coming through at the moment. I found that really, really interesting. So thank you very much for that. Great presentation, really insightful. I was wondering, what do you see as the kind of some of the biggest barriers to the adoption of hybrid cloud, especially in organizations where there's kind of a large amount of legacy or old technology in play?
Yeah, I think one of the barriers is that when we look at legacy technology, there's an assumption that legacy technology can't play in the hybrid cloud, but actually has a role to play. There's no reasons why we can't adopt the DevOps principles, why we can't do CI/CD pipelines. They're all possible. But a part of this is also our understanding of those systems is limited. So we've got to be able to really understand what's in the systems, the code and systems that sit there, and then bring that and start to build a sensible journey for evolution into microservices. And that's more and more possible. Part of the things that we've been doing is creating, using the Kubernetes platform, a hybrid multi-cloud that spans both the mainframe and traditional Unix systems, as well as cloud providers. So you've got a unified development environment, unified runtime, and that gives you quite a lot of capabilities there. And so how we expose some of those traditional capabilities into the hybrid cloud is one of the challenges, but there are solutions and ways we're driving that forward.
Great, thank you. Good answer. I don't see any questions here at the moment. So Rashik, thank you very much. That was very helpful and insightful. And thank you very much, and congratulations on your keynote talk.
And Ben, so if people want to continue the conversation, we are in the private room, so I'm going to be there in the private room, and more than happy to take questions or have one-on-one conversation with colleagues, because there's a whole bunch. I mean, there's a ton of examples that I couldn't cover because it's a very limited time, and there may be things that people want to probe into. I'm more than happy to do that.
Great, thank you very much, Rashik. We'll now have a video. I think we'll play until the next keynote speaker. Thank you.
I think the video should start soon. There is a little bit more delay than this afternoon. So I'm looking at the platform right now, just to see if everything is okay. I think so. Yep.
Muy buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Charles Saramoto. I'm from the Banco Santander in Chile. We now have a very special guest, Nicolás Corralillo, who's the Senior Director of Solutions Engineering at HashiCorp. I'm now going to give him the floor. Thank you very much for being here today. You have the floor. Well, thank you very much, Charles, and many thanks for that very warm introduction. Good morning, everybody. Today, we're going to be talking a little bit about computer safety, or IT safety, rather, and I'm going to be talking about the architecture. And with a bit of luck, and thanks to the experience that HashiCorp has had over the last few years. But when we talk about this, what is it we're talking about? We're talking about a change of paradigm. And as I always say, between inverted commas, safety at these centers used to be relatively easy because it was inspired by what had to do with physical security, with the physical security of any building, where basically we have four walls that defend us against the exterior, and we have a number of physical doors that protect our computational assets. And after 40 or 50 years of IT history, what we have done is applied those principles. We have created logic networks that separate the access to processes like militarized areas, for instance, and secure areas where we store information. But we're always talking about the four walls of the perimeter of the security officer that I still use for a presentation. And I suppose that if he sees that I'm using his picture, he's going to ask me why. But we consider this security as human beings. However, the truth is that the paradigm has changed in recent years. And if we go directly to what it is that brought about this change of paradigm, it's very straightforward. And it's the use of cloud computing. And this changed what we considered to be the perimeter because we couldn't touch our perimeters. We have disks that store information that comes from third parties. Our information flows through third-party networks. So all the controls that we can apply at the end of the day are just logical. They're not physical because we no longer have that control. We don't control computational resources. And this is how user operations changed and how the user interacts with the infrastructure. Whether we like it or not, the gold standard has been applied by the computational providers. And today, the gold standard is that anybody with a credit card can procure infrastructures at many computational centers all over the world. And what has also changed are the attack vectors on how it is possible to have an infiltration of or leak of information and how this can harm our infrastructure. By delegating the physical problem in favor of a third party, we still have a logical problem, and that is how can we prevent an app from being affected or to give access to a database, or if there's information that is leaked that is on a flat text so that it can be easily interpreted. But let's talk about these challenges today. But firstly, and very, very quickly, I'm going to introduce myself. As you've observed by the accent, and Charles has the same accent. I'm from Latin America. My name is Nicolás Corralero. And those of you that speak to me, please call me Nico because it's much shorter. I speak 3 languages. I have 3 passports, but I live in the UK, to the north of the city of London. And I usually say that I form part of the furniture at HashiCorp because I'm from the class of 2017 and it's a company that's 8 years old. And it's been a very interesting experience. But on a daily basis, I lead a team made up of about 40 solution engineers that are operating throughout Europe, and I have 4 managers in each region. Although having started at such an early age at HashiCorp, I've had the opportunity of working with many customers in the implementation of our security projects. And I even wrote codes, which is nowadays forms part of our security protocols. But as regards my profile, I'm an ex-instructor at Red Hat. and when it was in Buenos Aires, and I was always the administrator of IBM systems, a support engineer for other companies. And well, at 18 years of age, somebody told me that my official position was to lay cables. But in any case, I've worked with infrastructures, and now I have to do so from a completely different point of view. But please allow me to share part of my experience. And the truth is that if we go back in time and we look into the changes that have been brought about by the expression zero trust, and well, a colleague of mine was reading the English version of this presentation, and his daughter said, "Well, it's not right not to trust people. You must trust people." And I fully agree with that. But when we're talking about IT security, no, because we have to adopt a different position when we protect our information and our resources. And I always try to emphasize these three principles that are the base of zero trust. And the first element is that one, as a systems administrator, if somebody requires access to a database, well, basically you use a set of principles that is pretty extensive, so that there's not a frustrating process involved. But anybody that requires access to a database is given any privilege on any table. But what Zero Trust has taught us is that this is not correct, because if we were to look into the credentials, the only thing that we are doing is extending the problems that this can produce. So therefore, when we talk about Zero Trust, the first thing we have to bear in mind is that when the time comes to giving access to somebody, it has to be the least privilege possible, exactly what somebody needs for that particular purpose, and then not extensive capabilities when you administer something or when you obtain information, but rather this be limited to exactly what the user needs in the app. We always have to check. And this is something that, well, when we at the private computational centers, we said, oh, don't worry, because databases can only be accessed through this support and this network. And these perimeters don't exist because we have the physical networks and perimeters. So everything should be checked. And whenever something requires access, it has to be authenticated and it has to be authorized. And credentials must last for the shortest possible amount of time. And this is something that should apply to everybody, really. We generate a new certificate, a new TLS certificate for 10 years. And well, if you have to limit the amount of time of validity of something. So you have to issue a credential or a certificate. And finally, we have to be on a permanently defensive attitude, because the network is not reliable. If we're in a cloud, it's not reliable. There are many points of entrance and exit. So everything that is on the network should maintain an offensive approach. And these are the principles that we have applied in the last 5 years. And as I said previously, just-in-time access to a resource is a key element. And all the solutions that we have created, we have tried to create that. And that is a just-in-time access for the amount of time that is necessary. In other words, a specific access to the resource, not extensive capabilities, but rather access adapted to what a person or a system needs. And we're doing this based on 4 basic principles. The first one is possibly going to be very well known by everybody, and that is, how can we authenticate the identity of a person? If somebody has to access a resource, I need to be able to check that person before giving anything or before doing anything. But now that I know who that person is, or once I know what the system does, I need to have other systems that will allow me to give him access to other systems that will mediate. Should I understand whose identity we're talking about and whose system has to be accessed. But when we talk about these mediation systems, and when we talk about limiting the perimeter of access to the greatest possible extent, automation is a term that Argentinians say is very ripe and is about to fall off the tree. And if we have to generate specific credentials for each system manual with a set of permits for this system to be accessed, the investment in people, the investment in time when these changes are made is not sustainable. So therefore, whenever we think about security and automation comes along, and many of these operations have to be more than automatic. It has to be like breathing for the human body. They have to be completely involuntary. And we are talking about operations, we're talking about authentications of systems and accessing systems through networks. And we're talking about or mutual TLS or encryption, in-transit encryption of information, because we've been told that the platform is supposed to provide this. And finally, we have access control of people to systems due to administrative requirements or due to, well, because you have to consult information. So all of these things should be fully automatic and should generate the least possible inconvenience in the case of developers or the people that maintain systems. But let's look into these concepts into much greater depth. Possibly the most commonplace concept that you know about is the concept of how can I authenticate and authorize somebody. Well, basically, how can I establish the identity of the user? This hasn't changed very much since, many years back, or at least since when I started to work with Comput. I initiated an Active Directory with users and passwords, and all systems can use that as a center of trust to authenticate users. But as this system has become much more complex. What we have noted in organizations is that there are multiple active elements. Well, there are replicas, and as these technologies required, well, they had to be looked into, and we've introduced federated identity systems like Okta or PIM. What we're doing right now at the data center as regards the management of secrets and the management of networks also have to evolve. And here we have HashiCorp that we appeared about 5 years ago with 3 products that I'm going to be describing now. But I don't want to focus very much on the products, but rather I want to focus much more on the design principles of these products, because this is perhaps the common knowledge that is applicable to any product or to any application that is being developed. And I would like to kick off by talking about Vault, which is a very well-known product. But what was the problem that Vault want to solve? Let's say that when we look at the existing apps in networks or in computational networks, what we find is that basically there is the concept of a user and a password for a main account or for a service account to access some systems. But let's say that the perimeter is established in the network and all of the security is purely in the network. But if we move on to the requirements that current clouds have, as mentioned previously, we can find that the network is managed by somebody else, by a third party. And what we have to do is we have to rely on the concept of the virtual machine identity, or whatever it's called by the cloud provider. But these entities, perhaps the most interesting concept is that this only exists within the control plane of Amazon or the control plane of Google. In other words, this doesn't go beyond that. So if I were to want to integrate something with my system or between clouds, it's not possible because the identity of these systems cannot be accessed through clouds. The providers don't allow that to happen. So this is perhaps what made us think about something like Vault, which is the basic issue. We have to mediate identities. We have to be right in the middle, and we must understand how Amazon generates trust in an SO2 environment and how Google does exactly the same thing too, and then give access to other systems. So when we designed Vault, the basic principles we took into account is that we are assuming that there are multiple platforms in different systems, and this is not going to change. I've spoken to some of the departments at the British government, and they always spoke about our dream is that perhaps we have only one identity layer in all of our computational resources, both in public or private codes, in VMware. And well, let's create only one layer of identity. And what I explained to them at that point in time is that lots of organizations have tried to do the same, because at the end of the day, when we use Vault, we are based on the principle that that is not going to happen, that we're going to have to trust multiple identities. And regardless of the identity we use to access a resource, at the end of the day, we're going to apply a policy to this identity, and I can do so in a programmatic manner. So I don't need a human being to become involved nor to do anything on the machine. The machine is initiated or started up, and we can check the identity to make sure if that machine is reliable or not. And the second principle is how we manage secrets. Basically, if I know who you are, because I can authenticate your identity and I know that I can apply a policy to your identity, it would be very complex to generate a secret. But as you can do so automatically, I can do it, I can make it very short and do it very quickly. And I could put this in the perimeter that you require. If it's only read or only write, I don't have to do this, or I don't have to create this manually when this application is initiated. It depends on your AIM profile, or it depends on your role in navigation, but you just can obtain the credentials you need. Access is temporary, because with this credential, it's very easy to obtain, and basically I can't really do very much, because if I need more credentials, well, I just have to ask for. There are no tickets involved in this environment. And in this manner, I can control access to information by staying outside the data flow. So I, as Vault, can give access to a system, and then I can withdraw and allow the application to interact with the database, just to give you an example. So I don't have to be in that critical data path. If Vault is not working, the app stops working too. And finally, the basic principle of limiting access to information. Access to information, generally speaking, is also managed physically. If any of you has administered storage systems, you know that basically this fiber is connected to this switch. And this logical unit, or this virtual disk drive, is exposed to this system. And this is one of the assumptions that has been used for cloud. If somebody makes a mistake, and if somebody can open one of these buckets or any storage system, as I read in the headlines of newspapers every day. So we have to secure information not only by means of what we call encryption at disk, but rather we have to encrypt the information that's in transit in such a manner that, for instance, what we generate in Vault is basically a system in which Vault puts away the storage keys, and the app encrypts information before storing it away on a disk or in a storage system provided by any cloud. And this is how we can even federate the user to make sure that the app only encrypts information when the user requires this. And we can aggregate that level of traceability to the information. So if the information is encrypted, when you access that information, there's an encryption operation. So we have a register. And I would just like to go through this very quickly. But we have customers at Amro Bank, and Amro is now it's the biggest bank in Europe that has been using these practices for more than 2 years. But going back to just-in-time access. So if we've used Vault to solve all the limitations as regards managing secrets and information, we then wanted to deal with the transport layer, because the model is the same. And we still have this implicit trust that is based on the networks. But another thing that we have noticed in the cloud is that basically we have so many different scales of networks that there are many collisions between segments. If somebody uses a commercial app by default, well, there's a certain commercial system that ended up with only 5 elements. So we cannot we cannot trust those IPs because these IPs are not related to a service, and this IP can change, and this IP can be excluded, or it can be reprogrammed, it could appear in another geography or whatever, or at a different scale. So the basic principle as regards administering data transport is, well, let's forget about IP addresses because we know that this already exists, but traffic has to go through an upper layer to IP. So when we establish security policies, you could not only have a firewall where we include rules of allowing or disallowing. This has to be based on something that is understood. So when we designed this, we said, well, let's create a real security system in a mesh network where practically everything can be flat or doesn't have to be flat. And Consul is going to be the nexus between these connected networks. But when you connect services, we're going to do so through the name of the service compared to the proxy. And what we're going to do is do the encryption and transport, and we're going to generate the TLS certificates. In other words, the development of the application should not become bogged down. It should be one of the capabilities of the platform. And the next principle has to do with understanding that although in certain platforms we can do this, between the platforms or between the different networks, there's always going to be traditional firewalls. So this should be a center that registers these systems, and we have to use other tools like Terraform to reconfigure, should it be necessary, these routers or routers, core routers, because after all, these, this is where all the information flows through. So perhaps this shouldn't be fully automatic. Perhaps this should be more reactive. And this is what we have implemented with Consul Terraform. And then there's another customer of ours called Criteo in France. And this dates back more than 2 years with thousands and thousands of systems up and running. And finally, the final issue that we wanted to look into is how can we control access of people? And the basic principle is very interesting because all of us, especially in the last 2 years, well, perhaps we've become accustomed to working with VPN customers. And perhaps we can see how complicated it is to administer these VPN customers. Because what we are doing, after all, is extending a gigantic perimeter around a small user who is perhaps at home, when what we possibly should do is just give that user specific privileges. And this is the basic principle based on which we generate boundary. On the one hand, by eliminating the complexity of VPNs, of the private virtual networks, and give access to a simple tunnel that doesn't give him access to a complete network, but rather only the port that he requires to access information. And together with Vault, this access can be delivered just in time in such a manner that we've also been able to generate credentials for just-in-time apps. We can use this federated identity not only to provide access to only one port, but also to introduce credentials so that access can be provided to the service that the user needs without really having to generate any VPN tunnels or not having any rotations. And we use as an identity anchorage the identity of the user, and then we know who the user is, we know what his privileges are. So this is how we can generate just-in-time credentials for whatever. And finally, what is it we are envisioning for Zero Trust? Perhaps I've applied this a lot to HashiCorp products, but there are other tools on the market that would allow you to do this. But our vision basically is that being a user, or if a user has to put away certain information, that the user can send the information to an app, and the app would then be able to go to a system where passwords can be obtained, just-in-time passwords can be obtained to access where the passwords have been stored, and then you can go to another platform or to Vault, and you can encrypt that information in such a manner that if there's an exfiltration, it cannot be interpreted easily. In the same manner, we want this app Well, we want the developers not to have to aggregate 15 tickets to the different network administrators whenever they have to do a redeployment or change the IPSs. In other words, that they use a persistent network or a mesh so that access can be given to the resources that are needed. And that this information be stored away and that it not be encrypted in transit, but also it's not only encrypted in transit, but it's also encrypted on the disk drive, which is where there's a very simple key management where you can add another level of encryption or another layer of encryption. But finally, if a user has to administer anything that has to do, for instance, the servers that are running the app or the database, well, they need to have a system where they have access only to the required port and with credentials that delivered or handed over to the user for a limited amount of time and that only provide access to what they require. This is a somewhat ambitious vision, if you want. But if I were to go back in time and I would look into what customers are doing nowadays, at least they are now starting with secrets management, which is perhaps the most important issue. So that means that with this, I would like to thank you very much, and I would like to apologize for having arrived late and for having had to limit the session a little bit time-wise. And I'm afraid that we had a technical issue, but well, I've been able to talk to you today. I hope that you've enjoyed the presentation. And now I'm going to go back to the chat and shortly, just in case you have any questions, unless Charles says that we can address your questions live. And if not, I'll just go straight to the chat. Yes, hello, Nicolas. Thanks a lot for your presentation. Sorry, we haven't got any live questions, and so many thanks for sharing your experience and your expertise with us. Everything was very clear, and I really enjoyed your lecture. And the truth is that we have to suffer these problems on a daily basis, and I think that the vision or the automation approach and of implementing all of these solutions is something that adds an immense amount of value to companies that have very large legacies and very complex systems, which is usually the case in this industry. So many thanks once again for your time. Many thanks, and I would like to congratulate you. That was very good. Well, thank you very much, Charles. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Okay. We're now going to show a video as a transition until the next speaker comes along.
Muy buenas tardes. Continuamos con otro invitado muy
Good
especial.
afternoon. We're going to continue with another very special guest, Marco Ticairos from Digital Solutions. Hello, Carlos. Hello, Charles. How are you? Here we are. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. He's an IT engineer and has an MBA from the Industrial Organization School and has been working for over 15 years in digital transformation. He's a professor of the business school and also a usual speaker. The subject of his presentation will be how to explain DevOps to the chairman and the board of directors. Before we begin, if you have any questions, please use the chat. The presentation will last 40 minutes, and at the end we'll have 10 minutes for Q&A. Are you ready to start? Well, okay, go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, while I'm sharing my screen, I'd like to thank the organization because it's made things very easy for us, and it's a fantastic opportunity to share these minutes with you. As Charles was saying, we have a challenge in our presentation. What we want to do is to talk about what we expect from this session. Reading about all the sessions and all the speakers, it's absolutely spectacular, both the level of knowledge, the level of expertise, and the technological and product know-how are covered by these sessions today. And I'm the CEO and founder. We're a company with some 500 people, but I'm not a technology expert in the world of DevOps. So my expectation is to share with you how we can provide that other view, sometimes a more business view, when we tackle major technological transformation processes. So what I expect from the session is to share this reflection of how we can do things differently. I've arranged the presentation with 3 stories. Then we have a reflection on where we are today and why. Then we're going to move on to how we tackle the problem and how we explain all this. And finally, another reflection and some final conclusions. Let me tell you the first story. This is a human eye. And as you recognize, we're all used to using our eye. And when we look at a drop of water, this is what we see. This is fantastic, a perfect drop of water. This is what our eye sees. If, on the other hand, we go into an American or Asian marketplace, buy a home microscope, and we want to spend 90 euros, 85 euros, I don't know what the exact price is today. And if we put that same raindrop under the microscope, this is what we're going to see. You're going to go from one view to a completely different view that's full of life, full of problems, microorganisms of all kinds. But there's even more. Look at what happens if I put that same drop of water under one of the most powerful microscopes in the world. This one we have on the screen. And at this very moment, what I can see in an enormous size is what we have on the screen. These are about 0.5 microns in size. It looks enormous here. It looks like almost a bear. This is one of the most resistant microorganisms on Earth. It's capable of surviving in vacuum, in the universe, with no gravity, at 0 temperature, at 200 degrees below. Anywhere in the world, these tardigrades are everywhere. It's the most resistant creature that humankind knows today. They can go 10 years without water, they can hibernate for 60 years. A microorganism that is hundreds of millions of years old. But what I'm trying to explain is the different level of things, depending on whether I see them one way or another. The first story. The second is closely related to the first. It's related to the chromatic view of Homo sapiens. When we go out in a field, now it's spring, almost summer, it doesn't matter if it's a field in Spain, in the French, English countryside, it doesn't matter. We have a spectacular field with splendid, radiant spring flowers. And we all say how beautiful these flowers are. But why do they have this color? But we have to remember that flowers were here long before us, long before Homo sapiens, long before hominids, millions of years before us. So what happens if instead of looking at these flowers with our chromatic sight system, if I look at them with ultraviolet light, if I look at them with ultraviolet light, which crucially is the way in which the sectors in charge of pollinizing flowers see them, what I see is a completely unknown world of colors, of relationships, of ecosystems, and they answer questions like this. I don't know how often it's happened to you. If you look at a flower with a spider on top, you'll ask, how does this spider manage to camouflage itself? Any predator will see it. But if we see it as insects do through ultraviolet light, it's indistinguishable from the flower because their eyesight is completely different to yours, so they see it differently. The third story is also related to what we see. All three stories are similar in this sense. If I buy a telescope in the same place we bought the microscope, a domestic telescope with this homemade wooden support, and I point this telescope at the sky to see the universe. And if we're lucky, I can see a planet, some shiny stars, and I have a view that looks pretty to me. If I take an image, on the other hand, from the Hubble telescope, the telescope, the most powerful telescope orbiting around the Earth, is about to be replaced, but it's given us many decades of glory and extraordinary pictures like this one of the most famous, where each dot is not a planet. Many of those dots are galaxies with millions of stars and planets. And we're seeing it with the same human eye. But of course, we're seeing things differently. And what I'd like to tell you here, and I'd like to use an image that you all know, and I'd like you to spend 30 seconds on this. What often happens is that when we're looking at things from a certain level, which has nothing to do with the level from which other people are looking at it, what happens is that at that moment, the way in which we see problems is different. And that's why we often have the feeling that some people see that we're drowning in a glass of water and others are seeing a radically different problem. And this is the image I was referring to. And this is what the talk is going to revolve around today. You know that this image is very well known, an optical illusion, where some of you will be seeing a young lady and others will be seeing an adult or elderly lady, and you're both seeing exactly the same image. but you're perceiving reality with regard to the problems and the vision itself in a radically different way. The key to all this, and let me use the metaphor once again, what glasses do I use to look at the problems, the solutions, or the needs? When we often face a technology transformation process, and the hiring party, the party that has to be convinced, is on a radically different plane to yours, although they both see the same thing, they perceive it in a radically different way. This is the feeling of seeing a certain type of small problem when others are seeing a radically different situation or a much bigger problem. And what I'm trying to say with this part of the presentation is that whenever any of the solutions, products, technologies, innovations, transformations, whatever, you have to clearly understand the glasses that others are using to perceive you and the value you're providing. So the big question, how can we explain a DevOps and cloud project to the chairman of a major corporation? How do we face this situation? How do we face this problem? And in a completely constructive and open way, when we look at 80% of the sessions over these 2 days, there is technology, technological tools. There are sessions on the efficiency and the use of one tool or another. There's a lot about clouds, multi-clouds, hybrid clouds, a lot of fundamental things. But how do we explain it? How do we take the discourse to that plane where I don't want to see a fantastic spring flower with ultraviolet light? I want to see the same thing you're seeing. And in order to achieve this, we first need to reflect. We first need to understand what is an organization as a whole. What are the governing and managing bodies in this organization? And let's make a brief historical summary of why we're here. We can never forget that an organization is defined, and here you can see it for Toyota, of individuals that are not independent, they're interdependent. And the aim is to pursue the collective intelligence of the group. In other words, for the group to generate more knowledge than the people do individually. And the objective is how to create an aligned organization of individuals, each of them having the DNA of the organization and learning together to add value to the customer. And the last bit is the key, to add value to the customer. The first person to define this concept of organization is Peter Drucker. And he basically started to align all these individuals in a larger structure, a social structure, bringing humans together to work in this organization. 1943. What we've done since then is to work on this organizational structure, and we see this later on. Nowadays, there's a very big leap where we say, well, great, but in the digital world, what we're saying is that this organization has to compete in a different environment, has to have a different value response, it has to have new sources of revenue, it has to be much more cost efficient, because any digital market shrinks a non-digital market. Therefore, this is going to be key in any future digital market. And what I'm going to do with all my talent team, and what am I going to do with what I have? And from here, we start to create governing organizations that define how organizations work and operate. This was painted by Alfred Sloan in General Motors, and he was the first one to paint the roles of the president, the executive committee, the board of directors, the divisions, brands, units, global teams, local teams, the separation of staff and management, 1921. The basic organizational scheme in any company that is defined as a major corporation is based on what Alfred Sloan painted 100 years ago as an organizational model, thought out to sort out a certain type of problems with types of solutions that are not today's. It helps us to organize the company, painting the vertical layers, the horizontal layers, the walls between rooms, where my company ends and where my customers start. And then he created the concept of geographic identity to determine how we're going to go from being federated companies, multi-division companies, to global companies, which are not the same thing. All these fathers of the classic strategy, Sloan, Chandler, Ziad Porter, Ansoff, Bruce, Henderson, they had their splendor between 1930 and 1970 and cover the basics of competitive strategy, organizational strategy, and all these members, the president, the board of directors or executive committees are what are understood to be a part of the strategy, because they are what for decades has been the great manifesto of thinking in the organizations. We've defined the major strategic management plans of the organization, major plans with strategic landmark for compliance that are defended as plans before the investors, that these plans are reported on every year, and these are multi-annual plans between 2 and 5 years. And in the financial press, you'll see that a company presents a new strategic plan 2023-2028. They're based on a strategic planning scheme like this one here. They're based on a scheme of saying, this is what I have as a mandate to comply with this strategic plan for my investors. I organize the company, I define the how, the when, and where I want to compete. I look at the environment, look at my competitive advantages, I analyze my internal competitiveness, I establish the strategy, the plan, I implement it, I control it, I measure it, I control the return on the investment of the plan, I guarantee the return through economic variables that I have to defend before a third party. For this planning process starts with the company. I break it down into divisions or countries. I break it down into bigger units. I break it down into functional units. And from there, I build the strategy to take it to the top, to have a single strategic plan for the company. After that, I define how I want people to play their roles in this strategic planning. This was defined by Taylor and Fayol. Henry Fayol was born in 1841 and died in 1925. I define how I'm going to measure and work with people and divisions, and I'm going to measure the mindset through a promotion, through the promotion model, through the role model, through the definition or eradication of the internal enemy syndrome. In other words, when one clearly understands the strategic transformation, the enemy is either outside or inside, and we need to know why people work and what is their goal for working. And this is needed by any transformation process. So I have to see how I'm going to arrange this way of working and create an organization like a machine that has to enable me to carry this out. this president, board of directors, and this organization that they govern from the corporate point of view only exists for a single reason, because it creates value. We can never forget that a company that doesn't create value for its customers doesn't exist. It only exists and it only makes sense if a company satisfies the needs of the customer at the right time, in the right place, and at the right price. We can talk about DevOps, LMOps, FinOps, whatever we want. If none of that creates value for the customer, the value of that is zero. Because what does creating value mean? When we look at value creation by this board of directors, the language or the terminology is that the first thing we have to understand is that they're looking at companies like an ecosystem from a very high level, something that's tremendously complex, full of different species, and they can't see what's lying on the ground. When you look at things from the top, the problem is that the grass is not growing properly. But somebody that sees it from this height can't understand what's actually going on because they're not capable of digesting what you're telling them. With systemic thinking, they basically have to understand their global impact, the impact on a country, the impact on functions, on customers, on a regulatory level, technical plan, investors, technology. And they're looking at it from a very high level, like that jungle. They're seeing the jungle, but they can't see what's inside the jungle. When they talk about the movement of different units, the view is more like geopolitical chessboards. What do I want to put in one country? What do I want to take away from another? What do I want to sacrifice? What do I want to open? What stages are we in today? And of course, people are important. But when you're on this level, the concept of individual becomes something much bigger. In a company with hundreds of thousands of employees, you can't look at an individual. You have to look at something much bigger to compete on a global level through a multinational corporation. And I'm not going to reveal what company this is from, but if we go into this in the investor relations website, if we go in to the value of the company regarding that external government, these are the indicators we can see: the profits, the expected return on assets, the capital I need, the efficiency of the company, the benefits per share, including tangibles and intangibles, and finally the profits of the companies. These are 6 macro indicators measuring the value of the company. So what's the point? If we're self-critical, if we think about how a technology department has been seen by a board of directors or an executive committee that has been in place for a number of years, well, the first thing I have to say is that they've seen all sorts of pendulums in front of them, all sorts of currents, all sorts of models, global, decentralized, mainstream, independent, as units joined on the business side, as separated units, distributed companies, companies that have certain tax benefits. They've seen all sorts of things. They see it as something that's extremely expensive. The more money you throw at it, the more they spend. But it's not so easy to measure the return on investment of the transformation. But I do know that the BAU grows every year. The more I invest today, the more costly it will be to maintain in the future. Therefore, they've always seen it as a significant item. The technology departments have been seen as a major expense in many companies, not in all of them. We can't generalize, but when they tried to go into it in depth, we'd say, oh, it's very complex. Oh, this is very complicated. Don't try to get into the details. And if we do have to explain, We put them in front of a blackboard and we say, "Look, imagine how difficult it is to operate this. The systems collapse, it's very difficult, security, information systems. This is all very complicated to manage." And if not, try to understand something. And when they've tried to go into it in greater detail, they realize that the value that technology teams believe they provide is very close to craftsmanship, of being elegant in their simplicity, of having good metrics for the code, having good architectures, a good lead time per product, a good opinion of the technical teams, the latest tools, the best quality, the lowest incidence rate, the best coverage, the best confidence in decision making, always at the forefront. These are the indicators they use when they go to their investors. And that's how they're being measured. When they take that to a different plane, they change their glasses. And from saying that something is extremely expensive, complicated, and with a certain number of priorities, and these are the Huns, if you'll excuse the joke, and they're considered to be one of the most ferocious people. When you try to carry out an organizational change in the technology department, or try to mainstream as something, well, this becomes a whirlwind of enormous complexity, an internal battle between the business side, the financial side, the technology side, and things got really complicated, and this created the internal enemy syndrome. So they've seen all sorts of fashions go by, not just models, but fashions. They've seen the same fashion go by. This is an example, the same metaphor of how things go round and the same fashion comes back. They've seen all this pass in front of them. We're not going to be the first to talk about a DevOps transformation. We're not the first to try to explain things. And they presenting another hype, or is it something else? In the 70s, they already spoke about lean transformation, empowerment, speed, lead time, the corporate culture, the just-in-time technology, operating excellence, code quality circles. The end of the 80s, the beginning of the 90s, when we came in with the message of DevOps, cloud transformation, etc. The first thing they're thinking, well, is this another hype? A lot of technology experts talk to them from a lot of companies, from a lot of internal teams, from a lot of new solutions. And what they tell them is, don't worry. We know that this technology thing is very complicated, but we have a tool, a solution, or a power stream that is going to encapsulate this complexity you've had for decades. It's going to put it in a capsule and send it to space. Don't worry. We'll take away the complexity. The first thing you have to know is that anybody with enough experience in a large corporation knows that in any approach, when they're told, I'm going to encapsulate and remove your complexities, the first thing is that they won't believe you. The question they ask themselves is, do you think that we're not clever enough or don't have people good enough to not have done this ourselves before? So there's always a mistrust of solutions that want to encapsulate a problem. So today, what are we doing? Well, we say no. What we have today are spectacular DevOps technology trends. It's no longer continuous delivery, it's progressive delivery. We have a cycle time in the cloud. We have securitization in software, automated software tools, continuous delivery tools, low coding. And we're going with all this. We're saying that it's not just DevOps. Now we want a DevSecOps plan. We complicate things even more.
But of course, we are now standing in front of them and we've made them sit down and we've convinced them that there are major challenges to be dealt with. But the major challenge of them all is one, and that is that any company that does not carry out a technological transformation that should have already started and should be made much more intensely, done much more intensely over the next few years, if those companies don't do that, they're going to have a blockbuster moment. Any company that does not develop a technological transformation, an in-depth technological transformation, are going to have problems. They're going to have very difficult, it's going to be very difficult for them to survive in the next few years. Because what is clear is that this major technological transformation, which has a component of national policies of the different countries, but we have to square the circle because we're talking about a multi-annual program, and many of them that start these plans are not going to finish. So that's why I said before that many of the major transformations of a country are longer than an electoral cycle. So how are we going to convince somebody about a plan? Because many of them are never going to work out. Because investments relative to EBITDA is enormous. It's not only 2% of EBITDA for 3 years, because the only thing that you are doing is patching things up. And second, there has to be a transformation of the organizational structure, because when you touch the organizational structure, we're talking about reducing or making the organization smaller. We're talking about simplifying the organization, and you know how complex that can be. We're talking about changing the roles and the functions, and many of the problems that the organizational structure has that is designed for 2021, but it's of no use for a digital world. So this has to do with, if not failures, perhaps disappointments of some projects that have to be stopped. And it's not the first time that some people try to carry them out. And you always have the doubt, will it work this time? This is a transversal transformation process, because you no longer know who's responsible for what. And there are people that feel frustrated too, because they think, okay, look, we've got 3, 4, or 5 different points of view. They don't add on, they rather subtract. And then we time to market, which is one of the main competitive advantages. In other words, this has to be done now. And I know that it's going to be a very long path. I know that it's going to be very costly. It's going to be very harsh. It's going to be very difficult. But without this, we will not have a future. Because we're not saying we're going to do a little bit to see if you can do a couple of things so that you can become digital. And let's see what happens. No, this is what we're asking companies to do. We're telling them, look, just because you start, that doesn't mean that you're going to finish. This process is going to take years. It's going to be a multi-annual program that has to be separated from cycles, from management, and also has to be separated from the governance. So how can we get it done? So when you submit this plan, and when you put across some messages, we always start off by saying that this is an investment and transformation plan. And I believe that what we have to put across here is how much can I potentially increase the ROI in this transformation plan. And what you need to know in this transformation plan, well, you need to have enough operational efficiency, because what I want to know in the case of my metrics, I want to know if I'm going to make more, and that means that I will increase the potential ROI, or if I'm going to be more efficient in what I do, because one of the major metrics is operational efficiency, okay? So I want to know which of the 2 variables I'm going to be playing with. And don't tell me what you want to do, just tell me how I'm going to achieve this. And this is the language that I want to speak. Because when you have a multi-annual plan, and how many years is it going to take you? Is it going to be 2, 3, or 4? Don't tell me how many years. Just tell me how much payback I'm going to have when I recover the investment. Just tell me how many years later I'm going to be able to consider that I have a payback that for me is acceptable in terms of the investment. So don't talk to me about a governance model. Don't talk to me about a strategic plan. Don't talk to me about delivery landmarks, and don't talk about agility, or don't talk about portfolio management or management portfolio. But well, please, I have to present strategic plan to my investors, and let me know how this fits in. Tell me how I will be able to measure within this plan the value that I'm giving to these people, or the future value expectations that I'm going to be given to them, but it has to be something believable. So in other words, link the governance model to the value that has been delivered, or to the future expectations I have in terms of value. And don't talk about solutions, don't talk about digital tools, and don't talk about technical terms, and don't use technology. I'm not sure if this is a hype or not. And don't use any work models that I'm not capable of differentiating either. And how do I know that they are going to help what really matters to me? And how am I going to transform my distribution model? It could be any company, a retail or utility or oil and gas or banks or insurance companies or logistics. Digital and technology is transforming the value distribution model that is then encapsulated in a product or in a solution. And this model is either new things, or it's a model that means that I'm doing things much more efficiently. But don't give me the details. I want you to tell me how you are contributing towards my challenge of transforming and improving my value distribution model that is encapsulated in a product and a solution or a service. Don't talk to me about automation. Talk to me about time to market. Talk to me about cost savings, and talk to me about savings in organizational structures. So in other words, what can I make more efficient if I automate something? And well, somebody else will have to deal with the hype. Cost efficiency will be addressed by somebody else. But what I want to know is the savings in organizational costs and time to market to deliver more value, and how I'm capable of making the organizational structure more efficient, or the human structure. Don't talk to me about cloud. Talk about revenues. Talk to me about resilience in capital cost versus organizational cost. And talk to me about simplifying structures. Talk to me about increasing operational efficiency. Talk to me about maximizing deliveries to customers. I don't understand the cloud concept, because cloud could be a hype, and it could give rise to a multi-cloud or edge computing or hybrid cloud concept, or whatever you want. But on the right-hand side, this is for 10 years, because I'm always capable of transforming the left-hand side. If I transform it to the right-hand side, things will go well. Those of you that are experiencing transformation from within are in this situation. You are pushing uphill steel balls that your own areas or colleagues are placing more and more balls on top to make it difficult for those that are pushing to be successful. Because many times the challenge of why we have to do this is not clear. Although I have to say something else. This transformation plan that you have to submit has also got to be solved from the point of view of resilience. And I would like to finish with another story, because nobody knows to date what the exact solution is going to be like in 4 years' time. And well, history has shown us, and this is the Delta plan that took place in Holland for many years, where in the year 1953, there was one of the worst of floods. Practically 25% of the territory was flooded in the Netherlands. In other words, it was a humanitarian and economic catastrophe. And the truth is that it was a tremendous flood. And what they decided is that for the next 40 years, they had to build a number of dams and different kinds of constructions to prevent another potential significant rise in the tide of the North Sea, so that Holland could be protected on the western coast, so that this doesn't happen again. But what nobody noticed is that in the year 1999, the flood didn't come from the sea, it came down the Danube. And it was equally complicated, or even worse than what happened in 1953. So therefore, even though you work on a plan for 40 years, you could always be surprised. You have to be flexible in that plan, and you have to leave spaces that it can be mobile. You have to achieve greater levels of efficiency, but never forget that the ultimate purpose of your transformation plan is alia jacta est, as they say in Latin. So you can never forget that this plan has a number of clear concepts and fundamental principles that cannot be changed. And this is the terminology that a chairman and the board of directors are always going to understand, and that it's you people are the ones that have to make the effort, and you have to see reality as they see reality too. Thank you all very much. And here, this is where the session finishes. Charles, how can we address the questions? Well, thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation a lot. It was very inspirational. But it was funny to see how you established an analogy as a craftsman of high complexity and then implementation high cost, compared to what the board believes. Will this become a new fashion? And finally, what really matters is the returns, efficiency, and the payback on the investment, and the landmarks for the delivery of value, the value distribution model, and time to market, and how we're going to carry out an organizational restructuring that is flexible and saves on costs. So thank you very much. Well, there's a first question here, and I'm not sure if you're reading it or not. Can you see the question? No, I'm sorry, I can't see the questions. Okay, well, I'll put it into the chat then. I'll copy it and send it via the chat. There it is. Well, yes, you're completely right, Carlos. And well, you know that we're rejected because we sound like as if we were delivering smoke. And I'm talking about companies with properly trained environments. So just imagine what it's like at SME, where there's not always a positive reception for this. And from my point of view, the only way of selling innovation and technological transformation is by providing real success models and by using or speaking a natural language, as you've done, and to look into how we've addressed this potential solution from our company's perspective, and how the process has been structured. And above all, we need to know what is achieved after making a human and economic effort. And everything else is just an attempt at adjusting our technical vocabulary to vocabulary that is more pragmatic. So the conclusion is that I've drawn here is that our happy customers are our best salesmen and our best portfolio, the products and services. Well, yes, I think that you've summarized many things in there. Thank you very much for the question. Well, more than selling innovation or transformation, well, firstly, we have to talk about the mindset of any business that does not become a technological business. Well, has no room in the world we live. This technological transformation is over and above digitization. It's one of the biggest technological revolutions of the history of mankind. And we're all seeing that there's a systemic convergence between exponential technologies at a given point in time. And companies logically, well, they can't be ready for things that they know nothing about. And they can't be ready when we tell them, well, no, this company is not well organized. And the company has a legacy and it has a faulty culture. Well, perhaps many of these things started 20 years ago, and perhaps 20 years ago, nobody knew what kind of technological speed we were going to develop today. But it has to be clear that a company exists because it delivers a value, and it exists because it wants to deliver that value to customers today and wants to carry on doing so in 5 years' time. And the company must understand that to deliver this value, they have to do different things, because this value that is delivered, if it becomes a commodity, and if it becomes a commodity, the price is reduced, and the customer is not paying enough for the service, so you can't keep the company up and running. So I cannot be in such a dynamic and ever-changing market where what I need is resilience to deliver on time to my customers when I have a different kind of typology, because what I always say is that you can't teach elephants to dance. Although if you have a problem you need an elephant for, that would obviously be the best animal. But I'm an IT engineer and I've been a technologist for many years. And well, this issue of craftsmanship, as you pointed out, is something that I like a lot. So you like to be up to date. But how many people say that this is a project that doesn't attract me because it's not the state of the art? And then you say, okay, well, look, in your value, what you're constructing has to have a value for the end customer. So from this point of view, and in all these fields, what happens, it's a little bit like working with scientists who are much more concerned about their research than the value they're delivering. So that's an extreme case, of course. But when, not only that, but when companies are providing a tremendous amount of technological talent with tools like those that I showed you before, and I'm convinced that in 1 year, I suppose that if you hold a similar event, there'll be 20% of new tools on the panel, okay? So just look at the transformation speed, and companies don't have enough time to digest this. And secondly, there's a shared responsibility, because a transformation of a company, when it's very large, it has a different fathers, okay? Because it's a complex, it's very difficult to know who's the owner of what exactly. And then, as Jack Wells pointed out, carrying out a technological transformation is like buying a company. So you get a team that does M&A and that deals with integration. And 90% of those people, what they're thinking about is, how can I carry out the integration? Because I don't want to be caught in by the synergies. So anybody that is in the technological transformation, if they, even though they don't say so, subconsciously they're thinking, how's this going to affect me? What benefits is this going to have for me? Because if the result is going to be seen in 5 years and perhaps I'm not here anymore, or perhaps it's not worthwhile. Because I was comparing this with politics. If I have to draw up an 8-year plan, well, who's going to do it? So who's going to take on board the political cost of that decision? Well, companies, the same applies to them. But if they don't do that, they're going to have their blockbuster moment too. We have time for just one more question. It says, thank you very much, Carlos. That was very interesting. I think that IT professionals should they have a more extensive business vision to understand the strategy better? Do you think that an upskilling is required? And not for the technology executives? Well, the issue of reskilling and upskilling is fundamental. That always has to be present. But the thing is that the company should have the same goal. And here in human resources, a talent team has to think how they're going to measure the transformation, how they're going to compensate things, and how they could remunerate everybody. How am I going to work on that cultural side of things? How am I going to make people feel at ease, psychologically speaking, so that they can take the right decisions? And how am I going to create a secure environment? Because if you don't have that secure environment for the transformation, what happens is that we wouldn't be delivering the right value. But more than reskilling, which also applies, but well, apart from that, it's also about standing in line with the ultimate purpose of the transformation and the compensation model for people. And then finally, to deliver security through the transformation process. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been my pleasure. Well, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much once again. And now we're going to change over into English. So after the video, I'm going to give the floor to Ben Nichols for the next keynote presentation. Do you really manage to deliver business value, sorry. And it's Ali van Beneken. Thank you very much, and I'll see you later. Thank you very much, Charles. A pleasure. Thank you all. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Hi, welcome back. And for those of you who weren't here earlier this afternoon, I'm Ben Nichols. I'm an Agile coach working at Santander UK. Before we start, could I ask that if you have any questions, please use the chat to ask them, and we will pick those up at the end of Ari's keynote. So for our next keynote speech, we have a very special guest, Ari van Bennekom. Hi, Ari, are you there?
I'm there, yes.
Hi.
Hear me, can see me?
Yes, good to see you and hear you. We're very pleased and grateful to have you here with us today. Particularly special for me, pleasure for me as an Agile coach to have one of the authors of the Agile Manifesto talking at this conference. You are very welcome. So Ari is a pragmatist who embeds his pragmatism in structure, discipline, and common sense, from his early days in healthcare and military forces up to where he is today. This eventually led to him being one of the authors of the Agile Manifesto, and over the years, Ari has become an expert on agile transformations and business agility. Ari is working for Wemanity as a thought leader, and within Wemanity, responsible for international transformations across the globe, and works in an international team to get this done. Next to his work in agile and agile transformations, Ari lectured at Rotterdam University for 20 years, Amsterdam for 7, and Utrecht for 3 years on topics such as agile, agile project management, business value, and agile transformations. He developed the Agile Transformation Framework, IATM, and his intellectual property is to be found at www.integratedagile.com and www.arivanbennekom.com. His first book is about how to handle change and objectives as an individual, and his second book is Delivering Business Value, and it's coming out soon. This afternoon, the topic of his talk is, do you really manage to deliver business value? Over to you, Ari.
Yeah, thanks, Ben, for the lovely introduction. Thank you so much. The second book, actually, today, I have the blisters on my fingers because I'm typing, and this month I want to have all the content and all the illustrations. I want to have it finished. And also, the topic of today, are you really capable of delivering business value, is about this, right? It's very pragmatic. This is how we do things. I'm not talking from behind the desk, having been thinking about it. This is just what you get from me, about doing it, right? This is how I've done it. I will give you a little introduction of myself. I know I'm talking to the DevOps community. I was not too long ago, a couple of months ago, I was in a conversation with Patrick Dubois. He's the, I think one of the world leading people when it comes to DevOps. And we were together in a sort of a panel that was recorded because of 20 years of Agile Manifesto. And we had a very, very similar conclusion, right? It's all the same kind of thinking. And it's also about, finding the same purpose, the business value. And I want to give you a little bit of introduction. Ben already said, right, healthcare, military forces takes away that Agile is not about, you can do whatever you like. Agile is about, quality and discipline of your work, working in a team and having a shared responsibility, right? And that's DevOps the same. How can we get to the value? My motivation to start working in a different way dates from 1994, when I was part of a project with like 30 people in a governmental organization in the Netherlands, the Dutch IRS, the tax office, where millions, the project I was in, it was just killed right away after 6-7 months without even nobody ever knowing why. And for me, that was a reason to say, okay, I never want to work in this very traditional waterfall kind of way again. I don't want to be responsible for having, being part of spending public money and not bringing any return on it. So my driver is on the business value. So you have to imagine that it's 1994 and I start working in a different way. And all I want is how can I deliver business value? That's for me so important. How can I get there? And at that moment in time, we said something like, if you go into a way of working, your delivery should be within 6 months, no later, because, the world is subject to change, technology and innovation. The pace of innovation is going very fast, will most likely only increase, never slow down again. So you need to be able to deliver in shorter timelines than we are used to. That last waterfall project that I was talking about, that I was part of, from November 1993 to May 1994. That was had a horizon of delivery. I think it was 2 or 3 years. I don't even remember anymore. Ridiculous, completely insane. If you see, you know, the pace of change in the law in the Netherlands, it's impossible to have that kind of working, that way of working. So my focusing was on business value. So I always have done this, and I'm very happy to say that my people, that the clients that I work with, the client was really happy all the time, and that's good. So I want to take you down that road, because I see so many organizations, you know, they do agile and then they start doing DevOps, and in the end, you know, having a happy client, you know, and really getting the benefits of this way of working is not always there. I was contacted by a couple of academic people from, I think they were from India, and they said, Ari, are you aware of the fact that, you know, agile transformations most of the time are, you know, fail because, you know, people, you know, that's what organizations, they want to get the benefits of it, right? And I'm always wondering how come, why? Because for me, agile is so simple, right? How the whole concept of thinking and the mindset, the way to do is, but if you don't adopt it, you get into trouble. So I want to try today to give you some very practical hands-on tips and tricks. Okay, if you do this, you know, then you get an improvement on the business value. If you are delivering already perfect business value, don't listen to me, you know, go have a beer or a wine. But if you think, you know, okay, we can have some improvements in our team and in our deliveries, great. Then maybe I can help you today. That's my focus, right? So the business value. And what is business value? It's not just delivering business value, but it's also having it there on time. I think you cannot deliver value if you're delivering late. Then you're late with the value and you don't have the value, right? And today where we are, it means that you deliver the right stuff, working properly, right, at the shortest possible timeline. I always say, you know, if you're late, don't worry. Competition will be on time. And the competition today is from all over the world. And that competition is facilitated by the same technology that forces into continuous innovation, like we are. And that technology is not only offering the competition to come from all over the globe and do what you do, so they can become competition. But that same technology is also disrupting business models. And that means that as an organization, that the way you make your money today can be, you know, obsolete 3 months from now. And I know that, you know, people think, oh, you know, that's maybe for other businesses, but it's not for us. I remember in the telecommunication industry that and it's already 12 years ago, I think, that when the moment WhatsApp came to the market, at least in the Netherlands, I don't know about other parts of the globe, but at least in the Netherlands, the number one telecommunication provider, the biggest one, was pushed out of the market, almost pushed out on the edge of bankruptcy in just 3 months. And this is a company with, at the time, 14,000 people, if I'm correct. WhatsApp, like what? 30, 40, 50, maybe 60 people. You know, and they're almost killing the business model because they were making, at that moment in time, money with old school text messages. Like 10 years before, in the late 90s, they were making money by selling phone call minutes. 10 years later, it was old school text messages, then WhatsApp and other stuff came in, and they were selling internet access. And at the moment, they are revamping their business models again. Most of you, I don't know if you are from Santander yourself, but most of you are from the fintech industry. And we know the fintech is changing as well, continuously, not just 3 years ago, no, continuously. Where I live in the beautiful Dutch countryside, you know, windmills and black and white cows running around. In my village, 17,000 people, 10 years ago, we had 6 bank offices. At this moment in time, we do not have a bank office anymore, right? Things change. And if you don't keep up, you know, you become obsolete as an organization, right? That's where we need to go. So we need to understand this. Now, what I want to make on a flip chart here, I want to explain to you, when we wrote the manifesto, the Agile Manifesto, what were we focusing on? Because I hear all the myths and all the legends, and then, you know, the Agile transformation, it's because Agile working is for me about communication, right? and improving that one. But the point is that if you don't understand what is needed below this, you will keep a lot of old habits in place, and those old habits will hinder you from getting the benefits of working agile and DevOps, to get that business value as fast as possible to the market. If I make a very simple drawing, and I do this very regularly, right? Because I see so many organizations that do agile and or DevOps, and they keep on struggling, right? That's what happens. So, people talk to the client. Here's a client right here, and they make a document out of this. And look what's going on, right? This thing, and they make another document out of it. And you can say, this is the analyst, this is maybe a functional designer. My last waterfall project, I was a technical designer. Right, here you go. And I made another document, and that document went to someone that I never met, that I never saw, right? To get you an idea. And the big problem in this way of working is, first of all, it's extremely inefficient. Because we have in this process, we send it out, we have toll gates, we have acceptance moment, and we get rework, right? It's very inefficient. You lose a lot of time. But also we have this remote and written communication where you get, the moment that people take a document in, they start making interpretations and assumptions, right? And interpretations and assumptions, the big problem is they are wrong. So by the time you go down this line, what you see is, you stack misunderstandings on misunderstandings, which is seriously a problem. So you have, basically we deliver the wrong stuff very often, right? By the fact that we create misunderstandings. And what happens in those two situations, here we lose time, and here we need rework, and both of them are a delay. And I always say, if you ever ask me, I'm one of the authors of the Agile Manifesto. I didn't write, the DevOps publication. But if you do Agile, you do it for one reason only, avoiding delay of delivering your business value. And too often, we still see, the via communication. We don't talk to each other. We talk to each other via documents or via other people and that kind of stuff. And I want to talk with you about this one, right? And if you look at this one, what I very often see as a solution, and this is really a problem, is that we say, okay, what we have here, we have the business, we have here developers, and I don't care who the business is, and I don't care what the developers make, because this can be software, but it can even be, when people do a recruitment campaign, as I run them in an agile way at client sites, right? But if we put this PO here in the middle, what you get is that the business talks to the PO talks to the team talks back to the PO, and these talk back to the business. So we have, 1, 2, 3, 4 times interpretations and assumptions, and we have the same problem again. Where does this come from, and how do you solve it, right? Again, if you look at that waterfall, we said, okay, we have those misunderstandings and we have those inefficiencies. And instead of having the waterfall, going step by step, handing over to other people, what we have to do is we have to bring those disciplines. I don't say every discipline has to be a different person. It's not at all even, we need people together to be able to do the job, no matter who does what. You need the people together at the same time. So what we are looking for is getting away from that remote and written communication. What we are looking for is getting away from the sequential process where one team makes something, hands it over to someone else, handing it over to someone else. And that's what you want to avoid. And too often when one of the things that always is, it baffles me when I hear it. When people say, for example, things like, oh, we go to do an agile transformation, but we do the IT first and then the business. And I always think, what the fuck? You do this for business value. So how in the world can you do an agile transformation on the IT without the business and then later on doing the business? That doesn't make any sense. But the point is, what does make sense, right? Because that's the next question. So what we need to focus on is making sure, and I want to give you one line. I love one-liners. The one-liner that I mean in this case is get your information at the source. So if we have people who make something, and we have people who need something. They should talk to the people who make it and to sit together at the table. And not just at the beginning of a sprint in a refinement, and then at the end of a sprint for a demo. No, continuously. The biggest mistake we can make is think that a demo is an acceptance meeting. And it's bollocks. And you know why? Every one of you knows. Everybody knows. You know what the problem is with an acceptance meeting? The biggest problem is that people don't accept. And then you have rework to do, and you have a delay. And that's the one thing that you want to avoid. So the question is, how can I avoid delay? And the number one is getting information at the source. People together. Here are people who need a solution to create value in the organization. Here are people who know how to make that solution. So if they make it and they use it, you know, together, we can create the value, because the moment that you go into production, the value is not yet there. That's the moment that you start generating the value, right? That's where we need to go. So we have to get to that face-to-face communication. And the point is, what we see very often, if we go into a sprint like this, you know, let's say that we do 2-week sprint, what people will do is, you know, they will do a refinement here and they will do the demo here. And of course, that doesn't work, because it's like, you know, you're going to spend a whole lot of money on making a beautiful tailored suit for you. And you go once, they take the measurements, and then, you know, after 3 weeks, you come and the suit is finished. No, if you go in London and you go to that, I don't forgot the name, but there's this beautiful street where all those tailors are. And if you want a suit and you go there for the first time, you have to come regular time so they can check that it's perfectly fitting. What is it? And that's what fast feedback pays off. So you need to have the people who need a solution and people who make the solution together. So the people who need the solution can check, is this really bringing the value that I need? Is this really the functionality and the solution that will help me running my business in a better way so I can get to that value? And that means that regularly, you know, I need to have moments where I check in, like going to the tailor and having that suit made. And that means being there. That means looking at it, prototyping or simulation, whatever you call it, right? Because we have the developers and we have the business, and then we have even other people, you know, other stakeholders that can stop the team, that can reject what the team has made, maybe the legal department or the communication department, right? And they also need to be able to give the feedback so that during that sprint, the team can converge to the best possible solution, right? That's what we're looking for. That way of working is not ever, even in organizations where I go, I see feature teams and development teams, and then we do testing. And I understand that you cannot be perfect in a week, but the dot on the horizon needs to be that continuous improvement to get there. I like to repeat a phrase from, I think it was from Jeff Sutherland, that I saw somewhere on Instagram or Twitter. I don't know where I saw it happen. And I like to repeat that quote from him. If you don't deliver to production at the end of a sprint, you have a sprint fail, period. And that's what it is. You know, when we wrote the manifesto, it was about making sure at the end of that little time box, it's ready. And maybe you don't go to production because you have a specific date for going live, because a law that has to become activated or whatever. Fine, great. But at the end of the sprint, you put it on the shelf, and either it's in production or you only have to put it in production, and that's it. Nothing else, nothing else. And if you are going in your own way of working, I can imagine that it's not there right away. Of course not. No technology. I mean, I expect to have a lot of IT people here in the group. We know that technology can be really in the way, and especially when you are in old financial institutes, you have situations where you have a lot of legacy. And that takes time to migrate, but that means that you need to migrate, and you don't give into, oh, you know, it's technically very difficult, so let's not do it. No, the fact that it's difficult doesn't mean that you don't do it, right? Because the business needs it. That's why the business needs it. That's why we do it. We, as I'm a software developer by origin myself, We are there because the business needs us, right? If the business wouldn't need us, I would not have a job. You would not have a job. We're there to serve the business. And what we are doing now is together with the business in a shared responsibility, making the team that is able to deliver that solution that will bring the value after go live. Now, the question is, how do you do this, right? How do you get there? So, okay, we have those regular sessions with all the stakeholders, but this is a different way of working. You have to transform to this way of the working. And of course, you cannot do without tools for testing and integration and deployment. You can see that you need this, but if the mindset is not there, forget about it. A fool with a tool is still a fool. Very simple, right? So the question is, how can you make this happen? And as I said in the intro, just after Ben introduced me, I was actually writing because I'm finalizing my second book on how to bring business value from agnostic agile working, right? So to bring everything together. And what you do is, if you want to work like this, you make such a change that you need to prepare that way of working. Otherwise, people will not be able to follow you because they're not used to it. They are not allowed by managers. They are not allowed by, because they are not having the experience or the routine to collaborate with people in a shared responsibility from this perspective. The word that I like to use is what I call an ecosystem. You have to create sort of an ecosystem in which the team can operate. But to make that happen, you need to understand that agile working itself, the interaction part of agile working and where you generate the value, when we are working as one, agile working itself is, for me, very simple. It's about having the right people at the right time talking about the right stuff. That's what we do, whether it's a daily or a retro or it's a heartbeat, one of those sessions here. It's not complicated. The point is, the complication comes from the moment that you look at, okay, if I do this daily, if I do this retro, if I do this heartbeat, what do I need to make that successful? And now we get into the complicated shit, because that means that we need to create the preconditions. Preconditions, for example, change the standards on documentation, change the perception of what documentation is and or not. Because a lot of people think in Agile we don't document, which is also not true, but we document in a completely different way, a very efficient way. Okay, can we perceive this one as documentation? Because we always think that documentation is sort of MS Word, Excel, maybe PowerPoint, right? But there are different ways of documentation, different ways of decision making, different ways of people taking on work, the way people get work, the way people deliver work. It's all different. That's what we need to facilitate. And to make that happen, we need to create an ecosystem together to make that happen. And that's not easy, because and this is also the reason why a lot of organizations fall back into sequential working, where they do feature development and features and then development and then this and then that, the steps. Why? If we go into agile working as a whole, as a group in the shared responsibility, we're not used to do this, right? So you don't have the experience to do something. Normally when things go wrong, instantly you take a solution because you've done this before, you got the experience. Okay, so I can do this and it helps. But now you're going into this way of working. You never done that before and it doesn't work. So what do I do? What do I do? And people start implementing solutions from the past. And that's where you get, after going into sort of a transformation, you get all the sequential waterfall activities back, right? That's what you see. I call it innovating backward. Now that responsibility, right, to make sure that you don't innovate backward, but that you innovate forward and that you go focus on business value, how can I get there, is heavily relying on the interaction and having people being able to do the right things, being empowered to do the right things. And then in this way of working, I always say that the leadership is the essential, and the leadership on the detailed level, right, in the little teams, leadership, maybe scrum masters, product owners, or whatever you call them, leading a team, but also on the organizational level, high up the board, everybody. And why? It's very simple. If you want to work in this new way, we know that, like, what, 5 to 10% people is maybe open to change, and the rest of the people is either against or at least looking at other people. So how can they be motivated? By somebody who role models, right? So the role modeling, how do you bring work into a team? How do you have this accepted? All those things changing, because the second one is role modeling. The first one is role modeling, of course, you know, by leaders in the organization, so people can more easily adopt. But the second one is that you're going to do things in a different way. Most of the time, people in teams are not allowed to decide on to change the way we work. Well, then you need people from the management level or hierarchy level say, okay, you know, we can make that change. Because in agile work, every team decides how they work themselves, right? So that's where but you need to be able to get into that modus, right? When you're connected to other teams, okay, then you need to align, of course, but in the team, people decide how they work in the team themselves, nobody else. But at the old schools, and very often in so-called agile environments, you see this still going on, right? That people are looking at other people and facilitate the change. So that's number 2. So 1 is role modeling, 2 is facilitating change. And then number 3, I was just referring to that. That's the problem. You know, when you see a team struggle in this new way of working, the business doesn't show up, or technology is maybe not really helping in the, you know, the way we do the delivery, those kind of things. What do you do with this? How does it work, right? How do you take it on? And then you need to what I call innovate forward. You have to find within the values and the principles of Agile and DevOps, you have to say, okay, what can we do to solve this problem and get to a better delivery? So the leadership needs to have an active role in role modeling Agile working for adoption, facilitating the change, so we really can, you know, have the teams working the way they should, and also getting other parts of the organization working in that shared responsibility with each other, right? That's a change in the collaboration modus. And then, of course, when things not going so well, we need to find a way to make sure that we sustain that change and we find solutions innovating forward, you know, within the new concept of working that we have. When it comes to delivering that business value, the session here in the middle is essential. And this one, the drawing that I made here, where the poor PO is in the middle, this one doesn't work. And basically because you have via communication, which is inefficient, will cost time, and already 1, 2, 3, 4 times interpretations and assumptions. And I'm back to square one, where I have a lot of misunderstandings. This is why a lot of POs are struggling and a lot of businesses are still unhappy. I am at the moment confronted with organizations that said, we are going to transform back to waterfall because Agile doesn't work. And I will say, yeah, Agile does work, but maybe you didn't really do Agile, you know, because it's so difficult to get out of those old ways of thinking. Now, if you want to have one very specific, I want to make a drawing for you, one very specific tip that I can give you that will really help you to understand, you know, you ask yourself always the question, very simple question. If I am a team and I am making someone, always the question is, who can stop me? So if I have a team, okay, I can say, okay, you know, I can make a list, and I'm not talking about individual people, but about roles in the organization. So I'm making a solution for the business. So who can stop me from go live? That business, of course. That business can stop me because that business can say, okay, what you have made is not working properly. That's not what I need. It's not giving the value. You know, we checked it out. Okay, so the business, that's one. But very often we forget that there are more. For example, in my line of work, in my personal practice, what I experienced a lot was I had always to deal with legal departments. Because if I made a new solution, awesome and great, but if the legal department didn't approve up front, what would happen was that I couldn't go live because they had that kind of power and authority in the organization. I had another one that was really always strong, which is the communication department, up to the level, and you can talk about, okay, is it relevant or not, but it happened to me. They say, okay, if you don't use the right colors from the house style, you're not going live, and they could stop us. So how do you do this? And what you need to understand is that these are just 2 examples. I had situations, so this is the business, I call those the non-functional standards because the legal is for everyone the same, right? And communication standards are for everybody the same, but they have this power. And I would go into this session. So you have your refinement at the beginning of your sprint. Here have you your last one. And I would make this kind of working where I have, and this is really iterating, right? Now we're iterating. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And the last one I would do in the morning. And at the end of the day, you know, we would finalize the work. That means that everyone, I would have, and this, you have to set that ecosystem, right? But I would have people from the business, people from the non-functional standards. I would have in it from the refinement. And then we would show what we have made, get the feedback. And the next time they would see the feedback in, and the next time they would see the feedback in. So by the time you're getting at the end of the sprint, what will happen is that you converge to acceptance. You don't accept, no, you build acceptance during your sprint. And instead of having those people testing what the team has made, because that's very often what it's meant. You do something and I'll tell you if it's right or wrong, right? That's how they would behave. Now we say, hey, we bring you together in a shared responsibility where we have people who develop, right? And those developers, they will, for the business, make a solution that brings value. And then when the developers make stuff, the business people have the responsibility to make sure that at the end of the sprint, they have given the feedback in such a way that the requirements that we are making here are according to their functional criteria to bring the value that we're looking for. And the legal people are participating in such a way that it's their responsibility to give the feedback in such a way that by the end, you know, here we are meeting the legal criteria, we are, et cetera, and then you converge, then you build acceptance. Of course, right, as I said, it's based on a new way of working. That way of collaboration, especially in a shared responsibility, is for a lot of people new. Very often it's us and them, and especially in the old school way where we have business developers and the PO in the middle, we keep that, right? Okay, so we have business and developers. Okay, they will make something for us, and this person in the middle, they will check it for us. No, of course not. That's exactly what we didn't look for when we wrote the Agile Manifesto. That's exactly, that doesn't bring the value to the business by avoiding the delay to the maximum as possible. Now, very often, and this is something that I want to give for all of you, very often people say, hey, Ari, this is absolutely awesome. If we do this, it really helps. But, and there we go, right? The but. Yeah, but, you know, it doesn't match our culture. Or in our organization, it doesn't work like this. Or those kind of things. When it comes to new ways of working, you have to understand that you cannot change other people. And if you are doing a one-off delivery, basically what I'm writing my book for at the moment, you build that ecosystem for that team at that moment, or when it's done, you know, might even disassemble the team, right? But when you do a transformation, you build those kind of ecosystems permanently, right? And it's really, you bring the deep change, and you have to stick together to understand why you do it. So I said, you know, avoiding delay. That ecosystem, creating that is essential. If you don't have that ecosystem, so my second tip is create that ecosystem before you get into your delivery sprints. If you are struggling right now at the moment, just sit down with your team tomorrow and say, okay, guys, let's ask the question. We are struggling to have a happy client. We are struggling to deliver on time. We are struggling to, you know, okay, so what is going on? And sit down and say, okay, what is potentially helping us? And especially on the things like the business value, the heartbeat, that session here where you have all the stakeholders is going to help you out. If you have the people identified, so potentially you would be able to do the heartbeat, but for example, they don't show up. Obviously, your ecosystem is not working. So what can you do to make that ecosystem working? And what I like to do myself is this. And it's something that comes back, you know, when we wrote the Agile Manifesto, I was representing DSDM, right? We had 13 different methodologies represented the day we wrote them, and the weekend we wrote the manifesto. So we have people from the business, right? The sponsor here. And I use this one a lot. We have You know, so someone can oversee the wide area of the solution. And we have people who can see, I call it business ambassadors, who can see specific areas of the solution. So those are the business people. Then I would have people from the non-functional standards, people who develop, so people who work on the solution. Here we have what I call basically an analyst or the PO, helping to write the business people to make the story. And here we have those people from the non-functional standards, and here we have developers and testers, right? This is how I like to work. And then, of course, everybody knows, you know, we have Scrum Masters here, and we have Agile Delivery Managers or Release Train Engineers, I don't care how you call them. Right, here we go. So this is, and I had very often, I had those teams, I had 6 or 7 of those teams, so working, the largest one I had was 14 teams working in parallel, you know, guided by one team, so here. And then I always say, okay, you know, if I want to avoid that delay, if I want to get that fast feedback in such a way that at the end of every sprint, that I know that I have built the acceptance, that I am there, that is good enough. You just do the line here. And that's what I say to the people, right, when they struggle, because too often I see people struggling and they are having unhappy clients, and clients bring in, you know, changes all the time and they don't know how to handle it. For the heartbeat, this is the group of people, because now this one can be out of it, right? Those are here for every team. So 1, 2, 3, you have your separate heartbeats, and they take only half an hour or 45 minutes every 2 or 3 days. And that will help you to converge to that value. And when I'm struggling and I'm not able to go to production at the end, I just ask myself, okay, who do I miss? Do I miss someone here? Do I miss someone here? Do I miss someone here? You know, on the functionality side, on the non-functionality side, do I miss someone? And if so, where do I get it? So I use this, you know, that's tip number 3, right? I use this as my tool of analysis, because if I know this, I know who should be in my ecosystem. Then I have to set my ecosystem and agree on how to work. And then I use those heartbeats to have the essential people, when it comes to business value, you know, together. And of course, we all know that, you know, here we have on the daily, you know, per team, you have your own daily, you have your own part of the backlog that you're working on. And now we can go live. And not only we can go live, but what also happens in this way of working, that I have one team for software development. I have maybe 2 teams for software development, but I have also a team for auditing. I have a team for marketing communication. I have a team. So I have different disciplines working on the same backlog, because if I make a new solution and my software is developed very fast, but my marketing team is not up to speed, my solution is late to the market, right? I can't have this. You need to do the full delivery. That's when you get the business value, right? You need to do full delivery. That's where you need to go. And getting to the culture, I know this is different. Maybe you never done this, maybe you do, I hope so. But don't blame the culture. Because when you look at culture, culture is, what I like to say, is just a group of people sharing habits. And we cannot change other people, we can only change ourselves, right? So if you're an agile coach, for example, or a DevOps coach, if you want to make people change, forget it. You can make people do other things, but the moment that you leave, they will do what they think they should do, right? Or what they like most or whatever. But the moment that people really, you know, internalize that new way of working and they adopt it themselves, there you go, right? Then you have to change. If you have a group of people doing that in cohesion, then all of a sudden I have a transformation. And that's where we need to go. And you can do that transformation one-off, you know, because you do one delivery, because that's a mini transformation that you do. You create that ecosystem. And when you do a real transformation, a full transformation, okay, you know, you do the same thing, but then you sustain it and you keep it. When I look back, you know, at when I did my commercial deliveries, I think my last deliveries were like 8-9 years ago. And I still do commercial deliveries, but they're always agile transformations at the moment. But if you look at those commercial deliveries, when I was having this role, right, or people having this role, the one and only thing that you were spending 50% or more of your time on was making sure that the people were in the right sessions, that the people were in the heartbeat, that the people were in the retro, and the people were in the daily. People are not used to do this, and they will say, oh, you know, I have this heartbeat, but I'm so busy. I'm not in the daily today because I'm so busy. And people don't understand that if you don't go to a daily. You mess up your team process. If you don't show up in a heartbeat and you come 2 days later with feedback on what was made 2 heartbeats ago, you disrupt the team process, you cause delay, right? This is where the work happens. That's what we need to understand. And in that process, there is a continuous way of improving and changing. That's what we need to understand as well. And I was in a client site somewhere in Central Europe, and I saw, painted on walls, very big letters. I saw painted on a wall, a very beautiful statement. And it was a perfect is not a state. Being perfect is not a state. Being perfect is an ambition. To reach your ambition, you need to change a lot. So perfect people change a lot. Now, if you replace perfect by agile, and you can say, being agile is not a state. Being agile is an ambition. To reach your ambition, you need to change a lot. So agile people change a lot. But now we're going back to the same old problem. And that problem is that we don't like change. And in the past, everything was exactly pre-described. What to do and who we are, and the career path was all made. And now we're going into this volatile way of working, where in the team we can decide, I'm all of a sudden having a T-shaped profile. I have to do at least half of the tasks in the definition of done. Okay, so that kind of thinking, and I choose myself which tasks that I want to learn to do because I don't have to do everything. That way of thinking is different. And in a lot of organizations, we still have predefined roles. And we make roles individuals. What you don't want in this way of working, you don't want to have individual dependencies. So teams that have one person who is Scrum Master, bullshit. Sorry, man, I can understand. In your transformation process, this is where you start. But being Scrum Master is just a role. And that role needs to be covered by at least 2 people or more. Because otherwise, what happens if the Scrum Master breaks a leg? But what do you do, right? So same thing with analysis and testing and developing and making test scripts and all those things need to be able, we have more than one person. We need more than one person to do this. And that's the same thing on the business side. So we need to create that ecosystem in such a way that we get out of individual dependencies and that we know that we have an ecosystem where we have the best possible knowledge on the need and on the development side, and we bring that together. And here we go, right? And in the Agile Manifesto, it's the first principle, I think. No, it's the 6th principle, face-to-face communication is the best way to convey information. And we forget this. And I'm just going to ask you, how often do you guys still send documents up and down? Right? Remember, this heartbeat is essential. The heartbeat is essential. You're at the source, talking to the business, and they are co-responsible for delivering that value item, right? That's what it's not you as a developer. No, it's together doing this. To be able to work in that heartbeat, you need to create the ecosystem, and we are aligned on how to work. When do we do heartbeats and when and where? And that people are committed to be there. And then, of course, who are those people? And then you can use this model. It's okay. Do I have a gap? If people have problems in working, I'll just draw this one on a flip chart and I ask, okay, do we have everyone? And then you see the gaps and we know, right? Delivering that real business value is so possible. I've done it literally from the early days in 1995. I did my first pilot in 1994. That heartbeat has always been the core of my work. This is the center of my universe. And this is why I always have been able to have happy clients, to make sure that I deliver. The moments that I was struggling, I knew, tip number 4, I knew that I messed up in one of, I call them the rituals, one of the agile rituals. Most of the time I mess up in the heartbeat, not having the right people. And I call them rituals. Recently somebody said to me, oh, Ari, you used the wrong word. It's a ritual. A ritual is something that you do repetitively because it's part of a culture. I said, spot on, man, spot on. That's what it is. We do agile rituals for this reason, and we need to be there. That's where the work happens. So in between you do the production, but the thinking, the cognitive part is there, right? That's what you do. My last line was about don't blame the culture, because the culture is built of individuals. It's you, and that about agile people change a lot. That's what it is, and I can only encourage you to adopt that. I think it's the #1 characteristic of Agile and DevOps people is to listen to learn instead of listen to criticize. Agile evolved, and it led also to DevOps, but it evolved from people who tried something different, shared their lessons learned from each other, and from there move forward. Instead of saying, oh, it doesn't suit our culture. Oh, no, it's really complicated. Let's not do it. Oh, it went wrong the first time. No, it means you're being persistent because the old way of working is not helping anymore. We know the waterfall is inefficient, leading to misunderstandings. And also we have a lot of problems with the quality because of the way the waterfall works with all the testing at the end. So what I would like to give you, if you want to go into the delivery of that value, is, if you want to give it to one line, is talk to the business. Don't talk to someone who talks to the business. No, talk to the business, because then you will be able to get the value and then you will be able to deliver it. I think I should stop here. Maybe we can get some questions. Ben, are you moderating?
Yeah, hi, Ari. Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. That was so inspiring. Some great takeaways from there. Loved it. Couple of key points for me was the where the suits are made on Savile Row.
Savile Row, yeah, that's the one.
Get those customer needs, get that early iteration, fast feedback, prototype, through to delivering value to the customer. Love that. And people who need the solution sat with the people who create it. Let's not have the product owner as the intermediary sat between the delivery team and the business.
Exactly.
Love it. So we're a little tight for time, Ari, but had a great question that came through from Loretta. So her question is, what would be your suggestion when the resistance of creating that ecosystem comes from higher levels that the teams are not able to reach?
I have a very simple answer to that one, Loretta. Physical violence. It always helps. No. I think you have. I mentioned the leadership for a reason, right? This is the problem. And very often people on higher hierarchy levels, they expect teams, to do agile and deliver magic or so. But what they need to understand is you are doing this together. This is why I call it an ecosystem, and they have their role in it. So it needs ugly people, I think, Ben, like you and me, to talk to those leadership people to get some sense in them and get the realistic. Agile is underestimated. It's a deep, disruptive change, and it needs support from the higher levels. And if you don't, if you have to do without it, it's very difficult. So you have to work on that. Spend time on it before you even get into your delivery sprints.
Yeah, great answer. Thank you. And we're just going to sneak in one other question as well, just at the edge, from Dayton, who says, what do you suggest to increase the commitment in the team and in the whole organization?
Commitment to the work to be done, or commitment in working agile. People don't like change. So if I take the first one into working agile and start doing this, I always like to ask people, because most people are resisting, right? Maybe not out in the open, but deeply, they're not like very, very happy. They're reluctant, let me put it this way. So I will always say to them, and also to people who say no out in the open, okay, it's not a question, we're going to do this, but can I ask you to join us as a team for example, 2 times 2 weeks, and then we see what happens. So you can taste, because you never done it. And then of course you need a good Scrum Master or a good Agile delivery manager or a good Agile coach to make that happen, right? But that's what I ask. I invite people to join. Second, a recommendation I give, if you have a team and in a team you have someone who's really resisting, focus on it, isolate the problem, but don't spend all your time on the naysayers, because then you leave out all the other yaysayers and they're waiting for you, right? Because they want to, but they don't know exactly how, and this is where they need you. So don't forget to give them time as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Ari. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and congratulations on a brilliant keynote talk. So with respect to for the person that's coming on for the next keynote, we're going to say goodbye to you. We'll have a quick video and then we'll be on to our final keynote speaker.
Yeah, so one last thing, Ben, can I
Great.
ask people if they want to just connect to me on LinkedIn? And very often I'm very fast in the chat with answering questions about that job and stuff. Okay.
I'm on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Here we go live.
We will leave you with Szymon Mierczyk, Global Head of Center of Excellence for Agile and Software Engineering at Santander Group. Szymon has been working in the banking industry for over 20 years, gaining experience in treasury, risk management, and technology. As a senior executive, he was responsible for many strategic programs in risk and in technology, always in close collaboration with the business. He was one of the leaders of the Agile transformation in Santander, Poland. Currently, he's leading the Center of Excellence of Agile and Software Engineering in Santander with responsibility for the transformation in all the entities in the group. Hello, Szymon. How are you?
Hi, hello. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody.
Good. I shall hand over to you. Thank you, Szymon.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know if you can see me. Nevertheless, I would like to welcome everybody. At the end of the first day, I can see that the day was quite long and difficult. So probably most of you are quite tired. So I will not take too much of your time. Just shortly making some kind of summary. First of all, big thank you to everybody for the participation, for the active participation. Just preparing to this meeting, I found out that there is no thank you in Polish. So because I'm Polish, verbal dziękuję. Thank you very much for the participation. And well, what is very important for us is just to share the experience. You come from different companies with different background, different history, different scale, different complication, and so on and so on. So exchanging experience, this is something great from our point of view. And maybe some of the issues we were talking about today seem strange to you. But on the other hand, if we have 15 entities, more than 1,000 teams on 4 continents, and so on, the scale is quite big, and some changes are quite funny, especially because, again, each entity comes with different history, with different systems, and how to manage global transformation of such complication structure. This is quite interesting. Nevertheless, what we always stress, and I think Elizabeth transmitted this on the opening of this session today morning. It's very important from our point of view to remember that we are not just IT guys, we are not technology, we are businessmen. So whatever we do for our customers, we do for our business. So of course we are passionate, we do the technology, we love DevOps, but this is not a goal, this is a tool, this is a way to be agile, this is a way to meet customers' expectations. Depending on scale of the business, you face probably different issues. If you own your business, you just decide, you invest the money, and that's all. If you don't own the business, you first need to convince sponsors, investors that it's worth to spend the money. So everything starts from business, from business case, creating the coalition just to move the transformation. Then when we have already the agility, when we have the vision, there is a carve out of the end-to-end responsible teams. We need to select people, we need to make it safe, just to be very resilient and don't have any surprises to us and to our customers. So that's the difficult process we wanted to comment today. And tomorrow there will be about technology. So I would like to invite you for tomorrow. I would like to encourage you to be active and to enjoy the DevOps days. So for today, thank you very much and see you tomorrow.